Riding on the success of its past conferences and critical acclaim, I immensely ecstatic to share with you that Amity University, Uttar Pradesh is organizing 5th edition of International Conference on Entrepreneurship, Innovation and Leadership. It will be 3 days conference on the theme Next Gen Tools and Strategies for Business Growth in Industry 5.0. Today, we are here specifically to discuss the plenary session, which will be specifically on the Industry 5.0 Leadership in Digital Era. The most important thing in this conference, we are focusing on the comprehensive research on global targets and endeavors to address some of the greatest challenges while progressing towards Industry 5.0. The Sustainable Development Goals are the multidisciplinary in nature and bring together the researcher, industry professionals who are working together in the different fields to contribute a common goal. This 3-day conference providing the platform to all the researchers, innovators, practitioners to deliberate on the advancement on next generation tools and innovative technological solutions, specifically for the growth of business and sustainability for achieving the sustainable development in the desired way of the goals. It shall navigate the participant in discovering and unleashing breakthrough ideas, innovation, insight, and leveraging entrepreneurial and innovation opportunity in the different business sectors. Today, we are here to discuss the plenary session, and the most important thing is that we are going to emphasize on the vital role of the leaders in the digital era. Leaders and entrepreneurs play a vital role in the sustainable development of the country. Now, I may request our Director Ma'am, Deputy Dean, Dr. Sujata Khandai, who is a specifically not only the Deputy Dean and the Director, she is visionary, she is the lady with all this.
We welcome you, ma'am. Good morning, everybody, and thank you so much for the resounding applause. I don't know whether I deserve it. I'm like slightly suspect about that. Good morning to everybody and to my esteemed guests on the dais. On behalf of our Honorable Founder President, sir, and our Honorable Chancellor, sir, and our VC ma'am, who is hosting this so very important conference on this significant theme, I welcome each one of you to this 5th edition of ICEIL. I'm hoping that all of you will have a good time and will have a lot of takeaways with you. When you leave this hall, it will enrich your mind. Now, when we talk of Industry 5.0 leadership in the digital era, I think all of us know, and you guys, of course, are much more tech savvy, more than I am, definitely. You have more knowledge about the new tools, even though you profess not to have so much of knowledge inside the classroom. You pretend to be totally ignorant inside the classroom, but I know the skills that you possess and the potential skills that you have because you are born in this new era. So this era presents to us, we live in an exciting time right now, a time when we are ruled by AI, robotics, IoT, and these high-sounding names. They sound very high-sounding, but yes, they will make our lives interesting, convenient, and will lead us to a path of development probably which none of us would have anticipated. I'm just currently reading a book on by Yuval Noah Harari. I don't know if you have read that book. If you haven't, try and read it. It's a longish book. It's about the history of humankind. And it starts from, and if you read that book, it starts from the time we were just not even agriculturalists, we were we used to scrounge for food in the forests. That is what our ancestors were. And if you read that, the beginning of humankind or civilization, as we call it, nobody would have thought that we will reach this day and age today, what we can do today. So similarly, going back to say about 5,000 years hence, I don't even anticipate 5,000 years. I'm looking at something like 400 years hence. I think the world will be a completely different place to live in. It's hard to imagine. But as I said, you are forerunners, you live in very exciting times, and we have a distinguished panel in front of us. It's our responsibility to understand these tools, to know how to use these technologies, and to build a world which is sustainable and inclusive at the same time. It should not be that we hand over our lives to the machines. You know, somebody, I don't know if you listen to Simon Sinek. If you don't listen to him, he's very interesting. And he made a very pertinent comment once. He said, in the 70s, when social media was taking over, in the 80s, when the social media was taking root, we did not take the trouble to control social media. And now it has become a monster to rule each one of us. It's true. So I am all for AI, and I think it makes our life easier, and it leads to new developments, new discoveries, new inventions. At the same time, I think we should know how to rein in AI so that it does not control and lead our lives in the future. Having said that, I think I won't take much of your time. Our distinguished panel is here, and we are very eager to listen to each one of them. Thank you once again for joining us and taking such time out of your busy work schedule to be with us here today. I welcome each one of you to this very enlightening session. Thank you once again, and have a great day.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Now I request our Director, ma'am, Dr. Sujata Khanjai, to welcome Dr. Rishi Raj Singh with the sapling. Dr. Rishi Raj Singh specifically performed his doctorate on the gender issue in women entrepreneurship development in India. Dr. Rishi Raj Singh is presently working as a Director General, All India MSMEs Federation, Ahmedabad. He also worked as a Director General at WASME. He worked as a Director Training, UAP, and Training Officer at the NISPACH. He received the Atal Bihari Vajpayee National Award 2021. Sir is having the 30 years of experience of designing, conducting international training programs in the area of human resources developments and entrepreneurship. There are 12 training manuals developed for the international program. He has also worked as a supervisor for the PhDs and got an honorary advisors of the Brain Behavior Research Foundation of India. And sir is also a member of Startup Committee of ICEIL, New Delhi. And sir has conducted more than 550 programs for 4,500 people of 145 countries. Now I request our Deputy Dean specifically to give sapling to Shridhar sir. To Shridhar sir. Please give a big hand to the Shridhar sir. Shridhar is an awardee also. Shridhar sir is getting the award for the best leadership from the university. Sir is specifically part of leadership at a Ticona company focused on enterprise communication solutions. Prior to joining Ticona, Shridhar sir is a part of senior management team at Reliance Communication Limited, building a strong customer franchise amongst India enterprise, establishing RCOM's leadership in enterprise MPLS and Metro Ethernet-based data network. Sir has held key positions with the companies like Exxon India, driving market leadership in the GSM infrastructure segment in India. Sridhar Sir led Ericsson's management service business in India and worked for the AT&T network system to bring SDH and FTTH technologies to India. At Tata Telecom Limited, Sir got the opportunity to launch the leading edge enterprise solution in India. Sir has a passion for endurance sports and he is specifically athlete, having completed multiple triathlon, including the Ironman. He has multiple half marathons and semathon under his belt. Sir is the author of the book Eternal Flames of Freedom, Stories from the India's Freedom Movement that Remain Untold. This book is specifically available on the Amazon. Thank you very much, sir, to join us. Now I request our director ma'am to welcome Parveen sir. Parveen sir is a senior partner and national head of assurance division of ASA. This organization has 8 offices with 700 plus team members. Sir is having the 30 years experience and more than it, specifically, he is a commerce graduate diploma in information system audit beside certification in IFRS from UK. Sir had been a member of National Advisory Committee on Accounting Standards, Accounting Standard Board, and advisory committee besides various research groups and committee of India CA Institute. Sir is having experience on a large number of risk advisories, assignments, audits, forensic, fraud investigation, and IFRS transition for various corporate. Sir is a speaker at the national and international forums, and sir is a faculty with a reputed institute like IMT, ICEIL, ICS, and the list is so long for the sir joined and collaborated with different kinds of the education institute also, specifically for the guidance of the CA. Sir has also written a book on the consolidation under IFRS converged Indian standards beside papers. Sir has published lots of paper in international and national journal with the magazines. Sir is invited to present his paper in different countries, just like Japan, Nepal, Myanmar, Dubai, and sir is collaborated with lots of large companies of ICI across countries. Thank you very much, sir, to join us. I request Director ma'am to offer the sapling to Mr. Mandhar.
Mr. Mandhar has more than 30 years of experience in 5 diverse industry verticals like hospitality, multi-level marketing, sales and distribution, retail and real estate. He turned entrepreneur with objective to bring change and value to business, customer delight by delivering quality solutions. He is a technocrat and resourceful information technology professional with proven ability in enhancing business growth by designing, setting up infrastructures, selecting enterprise applications, managing turnkey projects and service delivery. He is a recognized leader with a keen sense of identifying talent and inbuilt strong, motivated IT cross-vertical teams that produce measurable and innovative results. He is also consulting CIO with 2 diverse business models, Credosoft Private Limited and IT organizations focusing on business solutions, specializing in bespoke application development and new add-on marketplace for 360-degree customer needs. He's also consulting CIO for Vidacare Private Limited, an Ayurvedic wellness company aiming to bring modern Ayurveda with quality insurance, collaborated research with Government Council. We welcome you, sir. I request now Director ma'am to present and welcome present our sapling and welcome Mr. Rohan Kulshrestha. Mr. Kulshrestha has a wealth of experience in the entertainment and marketing industries, having held senior positions at companies such as Roundup Entertainment Private Limited, Peter Cat Recording Company, Dentsu Corporation, and SD Promo Media. He was the CEO of Ronda Entertainment Private Limited for 5 years, where he oversaw the company's operations and led its growth. He's also worked as director of Peter Cat Recording Company for 8 years, where he was responsible for the company's creative direction and strategic planning. As a group accountant manager at Dentsu Corporation, managed a team of account executives and worked with clients to develop and execute marketing companies. He was also the head of marketing at SD Promo Media for 6 years, where he developed and implemented marketing strategies that helped the company to grow its business. Currently, he is the vice president at #Web3, responsible for the leading company's marketing and communication efforts. Welcome you, sir.
Now I request our director ma'am to welcome Krutika Satapathy. Krutika Satapathy is an analytics, modeling, and senior analyst. She is having the experience of 11 years, and she has done a dynamic and skilled SEM professionals with functional role as spend analyst, reporting analyst, system designer and integration, auditor, supplier, relationship manager, having the sound analytical and problem-solving skills. She has done her MBA with the SAP NetWeaver, SAP SRM, and list is so long. She has done her expertise in the software. Thank you very much, Director ma'am. Now I'm privileged. We have our VC ma'am here with us. Please give a big round of applause to our VC ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am. I'm very grateful that I'm here to introduce our VC ma'am. Our VC ma'am, Dr. Balvinder Shukla. She is a professor of entrepreneurship, leadership, and IT. She is an outstanding administrator, a brilliant academician, a vivid researcher, and a far-sighted visionary. Madam is popularly known for multifaceted insightedness and the leadership skill. Ma'am has done her post-graduation from the IIT Kharagpur and doctorate from the Queen's University, UK. Ma'am has 3 decades of the rich experience in industry, academia, research, and academician. Ma'am is a professor of the entrepreneurship, leadership, IT, and Vice Chancellor ma'am has prior specifically numerous positions during 23 plus years association with Amity. She has been one of the key team members instrumental in the exponential growth of Amity higher education. She is the key architect of unique flexi framework for choice-based credit system and outcome-based education. Ma'am has instrumental in aligning the learning outcome and operational outcome with strategic plans of the university. Ma'am has guided several PhD and MPhil scholars and published various research papers in national and international peer-reviewed index journal. Ma'am has a lot of authored books, course material books, and has developed a unique accelerator model for promoting an insurance incubator excellence. Ma'am is one of the front runners in achieving various ranking and accreditation of Amity University. Some of the important accreditations including prestigious NAC, WASC, QA, FIBA, and lots of accreditations are here. Ma'am has conducted several executive programs and consulting assignment for industry, mentored many budding entrepreneurs. I request our director ma'am to welcome the madam with the sapling. All of you, please give a big round of applause. Ma'am has conducted various separate programs for the entrepreneurship, such as the training as a trainer, the entrepreneurship awareness, technology entrepreneurship development program, women entrepreneurship development program. An extremely down-to-earth person, she is blessed with magnetic and enduring personality, which is greatly admired and revered by her peers, network, and students. She is driven by innate passion, determination, perseverance, and enormous compassion. Her keen areas of interest are entrepreneurship, CSR, quality assurance, industry academic collaboration. Ma'am's contributions are widely acclaimed and recognized with numerous prestigious awards and honors, such as Distinguished Academician and Outstanding Administration Awards. Ma'am has lots of awards listed so long, we cannot count it. Now I request ma'am to give the award to the Sridhar sir.
And give your blessings to-
Please continue the applaud. Do not stop it.
Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, with full honor confers upon Mr. Sridhar Krish, Executive Director and CEO, Tikona Infinet Limited, with Amity Leadership Excellence Award 2023 during 5th International Conference on Entrepreneurship, Innovation and Leadership 2023, theme Next Generation Tools and Strategy for Business Growth in Industry 5.0 from 14 to 16 September. His distinctive accomplishments include focused direction in pursuit of excellence, entrepreneurship, and exemplary innovative efforts towards revolutionizing the internet and digital networks industry through strategic vision and customer-centric approach. His commitment towards quality is to develop a globally competitive brand with the highest professionalism. Mr. Sridhar is a part of leadership at Tikona, a company focused on enterprise communication solution. Before joining Tikona, Sridhar was a part of senior management team at Reliance Communication Limited, building a solid customer franchise among Indian enterprises and establishing ARCOM leadership in enterprise MPLS and Metro Ethernet-based data networks. Mr. Krish has held key positions with companies like Ericsson India, driving market leadership in the GSM infrastructure segment in India. In 2000, Sridhar had Ericsson's managed services business in India. Mr. Krish has worked for AT&T Network Systems to bring SDH and FTTH technologies to India. At Tata Telecom Limited, Sridhar got the opportunity to launch leading edge enterprises solutions in India. Mr. Sridhar has a passion for endurance sports. He has multiple half marathons and a swimathon under his belt. It was with utmost respect that Amity University confers the Amity Leadership Excellence Award 2023 upon Mr. Sridhar Krish. Now we would like to invite our Honorable Vice Chancellor ma'am for his words of wisdom.
A very esteemed panelist for the session on Industry 5.0 Leadership in Digital Era. I'm extremely delighted to all the esteemed guests, Mr. Sridhar Krish, the Executive Director and CEO of Tikona, Mr. Himadri Roy, Ms. Kritika Satpathy, Mr. Amit Mandhar, Mr. Praveen Kumar, Dr. Rishi Raj Singh, and my colleague, Dr. Sujata Khandai. First of all, I extend a very warm welcome to all the distinguished panelists for this session. The conference, the 5th conference, International Conference on Entrepreneurship, Innovation and Leadership is organized with the objective to how to bring the experts, the practitioners, the startups, the entrepreneurs, innovators at the one common platform to discuss and deliberate how the business environment is changing and how the new opportunities for the businesses or for business growth are emerging, and how the youth of today can prepare themselves and leverage on the various opportunities available to them, and they explore of starting their own venture or bring the innovative ideas for the growth of the corporate world. Since yesterday morning, we are having the sessions in 8 parallel tracks, the panel discussion in addition to the symposium, startup expo, the business plan competition, case study competition, research paper competitions, so nearly more than 300 plus distinguished speakers have participated in this conference. And if you take together the overall participants, more than 700 participants from the various parts of the country, including the overseas who are joining us online, have been part of this conference. And what we are going to bring out of the conference, that each speaker, what he or she has deliberated, we are compiling research papers based on that. So maybe my colleagues will be again get in touch with you, all people, for the further information. That's so that whatever the knowledge has been generated during the 3 days conference, how that knowledge can be brought to the wider audience for their benefit, for the future references. I'm extremely thankful to all the distinguished panelists, and especially Mr. Krish. Very warm welcome to the Amity family. And the name was chosen by the team of the faculty, the students, and the researchers before bestowing this award. And I extend very warm welcome to the Amity family, and I'm sure that your examples will be very inspiring and motivating to all the students to make their own career, in times to come, illuminating one. So once again, thank you very much, and I extend very warm welcome to all of you. And I would like to congratulate Dr. Khandai and her entire team putting this wonderful concurrent session together. The students, it is a great learning opportunity for all of you. So therefore, please try to take the notes what the distinguished speakers are going to say, so that you can refer them later on whenever you feel that yes, what were the learning. Refreshing the learnings are very, very important. And this is the era, digital era is such an era that no business, no activity, no individual is untouched from this. And everybody has to only embrace that this digital era and function effectively and productively in this time for the businesses or for other aspects. So wish you all the best to all the students.
Thank you, ma'am, for your enriching words. I would request you, ma'am, to please present the trophy to Mr. Sridhar Krish, Executive Director and CEO, Tikona Infinite Limited, with Amity Leadership Excellence Award 2023. A big round of applause, all of you.
Thank you very much, VC ma'am, for your words of wisdom, and heartiest congratulations to Sridhar sir. Now I request our session chair, Dr. Rishi Raj, to start the plenary session with your opening remarks and specifically with the discussion on the topic Industry 5.0 Leadership in Digital Era. Dr. Rishi Raj, kindly start.
dignitaries on the dais, Director MIT, Dr. Sujata, Dr. Renuka Bakshi, other faculty, paper presenter, the faculty from other universities and institute, and dear my young friends, good morning to all of you. At the outset, I would like to thank MIT University inviting me for this. And I feel proud to come over here in MIT University in such conference because I have my own vested interest. When you meet the people, especially the young generation, you learn a lot from them because they are full of energy, they are full of knowledge, they are full of skills. And they are full of technology also there, which I am not. Openly, I am accepting that. What they are good in technology, IT technology, we are not. Maybe I think we are thinker, we are thought creator. But when the people practice in the field, there is a big difference. And that matters. That matters. And people sitting on the dais, these are such practical people who are working in the field. They know what is happening, what are the problems, how it is happening, how they are solving. The topic, Fifth International Conference on Entrepreneurship, Innovation, and Leadership, wonderful topic in the series. All things they covered. But I will request, I think next time, I don't know whether they will change the name in the series or not, but I will request them, or maybe I will do like leadership in digital era. My experience is, which I have done, why not, instead of leadership, why not we keep innovative leadership? Very few people do work in these areas. And what is innovative leadership for that? Because I have done training programs, we have developed such innovative leaders, which they are moving ahead, growing in this world, in these societies. And they are more known than me. I feel proud for that there. So as a layman, because I don't know much about this new technology or IT sector, internet, which the young people are doing very fast. So there are 3-4 questions comes in my mind. Because in this, if we say industry 5.0, this is the fifth revolution in the industrial area where we have mass production and that is customized. So it is necessary how we can collaborate between the technology and the human beings, keeping view the well-being of the human being for that there. And this is a special duty, responsibility of the such dynamic, innovative leaders. We may call them managers. We may call them leaders for that. And that is challenging task for them there. I know some are doing very successful for that. But in this, when we want to cope all these situations for that, the questions comes first. In this digital era, what is the real impact of these technology is they are experiencing? And other things is we have not all the technical people, our manager or leaders, how they see this impact or how they cope with these people in the real situation in their industries for that. And what other type of problems they are facing. I know being in entrepreneurship area, I always take up these problems as opportunities, business opportunity. And I know all these people sitting on the dais, maybe some of you who are practicing, they are using as a business opportunity whenever such problems come. And there are new things, new startup, you can say they are coming up in that area. And another thing is the challenge. The challenge means, it means now you have the chance in your life to prove it. Yes, we can do it. We can do it. We can show our capability. We can show our abilities. We can show our potential. Yes, we can do it for that. And for the young generation, it is very necessary for that there. I know that conference is, I think, moving late. I don't want to take much time. So these are some questions for that there. If they are experiencing such problems with the employees, with the manager, with the leaders, and the impact for that, and where is the gap? So these are, as a layman, my questions. And we will get also some chance to get the questions from the audience also there. So maybe I think we have, 30 minutes time only that. If I'm not wrong for that. So each panelist, I know they are wonderful people. They are doing wonderful tasks. They are contributing to our Prime Minister efforts, the strategy, the planning, and our Prime Minister is the man of action. And I remember when he was talking about this digital things for that, the people joke for that. Some leaders jokes also there. Some people in the colleges, university, they discuss about that also there. But you see the COVID, that big problem areas for that, not for India, but I think all over the world it happens. And people face, and they come up with this technology. They feel whether they have the resources or not, whether they have these means or not, but they try to use it. And now I think everywhere we see this, using this technology, go to the market, which Mr. Modi, our beloved Prime Minister, give the example, go to the purchase the sabji in the market. They are using all this technology for that. And people were thinking these illiterate people cannot use it, but they are using. Students, they are using. Including me, I was not aware. I want to share one of the things. I was not able to send the SMS on my mobile. Everybody used to laugh at me. Then I learned from my daughter and sent so many people that. So now it is going in that direction. So these are the burning questions to the panelists. I think by their experience, they will continue with this there. So we have the wonderful panelists. Maybe may I call, I think the first, maybe Mr. Sridhar Krish, who got the prize. And I think he's more excited now, motivated, encouraged. And I think her views will have a big impact on you. Mr. Sridhar, please.
Yeah, it's still morning. Good morning, everyone. How's the Josh? Okay, great. Need to get more Josh. Because you're all young people, maybe at least 25, 30 years younger than me, want to hear some more Josh. How's the Josh? Great. So it's fantastic. It's wonderful to come to a university, see all the energy around here, and my respects to the college management, the vice chancellor, the chancellor, all the delegates, and all you students. Lot of regard for all of you. So this is a fantastic moment for me to at least come and interact with all of you. And to talk to you about, what is it that somebody like me sees for, as a future for all of us youngsters here. What is the leadership? Of course, the topic is leadership in the digital era. And, what is important is that, before we talk about the future, it is also important to look at a little bit about what we have gone through as a country in the past few years. How's this journey so far, and how this journey can be in the future. Most of you would not even been born from the time that I would talk about, the digital era in this country. When I entered the workforce somewhere in the late 80s, and the digital era, the challenge of the digital era in the end 80s was, can we give a telephone connection to every home? You know, that was the challenge of the digital era in the 80s, right? The challenge of the digital era was that we had more than 6 months of wait list if you wanted to have a telephone connection at home. That was the challenge when we entered the workforce in this country. And today we are, so fast forward almost 35 years, we are now a country which is basically talking of, 700 million smartphones, 100% mobile penetration, close to 90 billion, UPI transactions per day. We are talking of, Aadhaar, which is now 100% penetrated. We have a unique identity system in the country. We have, banking penetrated almost 100% in the country, right? We have close to around 700 to 800 million or more bank accounts which have got opened. We have probably the largest or the biggest startup ecosystem that we have created. Just about 7 years back, we were around 1,000 startups. We are today 100,000 startups. So that's the kind of journey that we have gone through, from being a waitlist country to a country which is now ready to go and offer such kind of digital technology to the entire world. The world is now asking for the UPI platform that we have implemented just in the past 7 years, right from 2016 to 2023, in a matter of just around 7 years. What we have created as UPI as a platform is something which now is ready and is going to be going to at least 50 countries in the next few years. So that is the backdrop in which we are today, where we have leapfrogged from a technology deprived country to a country which is now looking up to giving technology, giving leadership to the world. So that's a great achievement, according to me, in terms of from where we started and where we are today. Now, how do you see this going forward? I think it's a brilliant platform for this generation that you all belong to leapfrog from here. So look at this country, which was basically, a less than, it was an economy which was number 10, just around 9-10 years back. And we are an economy which is number 5 today, over just 1 decade. And we are likely to be, in the next 5 years, the number 3 position economy in the world. Now that's a great journey that you all are going through. That's a fantastic journey. And that journey is going to be powered by the digital economy that we are all creating together. And that digital economy is something which is the foundation of that economy is sitting here in this room, because education is going to be the foundation of that economy. It is going to be powered by, it's going to be powered by a society which is driven by education. It is going to be driven by knowledge. And that is the society which is going to power this economy that we are at 3 trillion to a 5 trillion economy and beyond. So to conclude the points that I'm going to make a few points, which is basically something to do with leadership. Whether it is this era or any era, the leadership traits don't change. Leadership is something, if you're a leader in this era or any era, some of the traits that are required from leaders, they don't change. Leaders are required to start with, I would say, the most important thing that a leader brings on the table is the ability to dream, think, and set audacious goals. And that's the most important trait that a leader brings on the table. Once you have the leadership, a leader identifies an opportunity or a problem to solve. Of course, he needs to have a mind map. He needs to have a mind map which he knows how is he going to reach there. And I'm a history buff myself, and I keep even now wondering, how did Mahatma Gandhi think of the non-violent way of achieving freedom almost 40 years back before achieving freedom? How could somebody envision that we will get freedom and we will remain on this path? And he had this mantras which says, this is how I'm going to reach this goal of achieving freedom. And he had that vision almost 40 years back when he came back from South Africa. So leaders are those visionaries who have set huge audacious goals for themselves. They have a mind map. They have a map in their head how they are going to reach that goal. And they have the ability to put together a team behind them or team together with them to reach that goal. And their ability to motivate and keep this team together during thick and thin. And that's again a trait of a leader. So whether it is this era, any other era, leadership traits don't change. Leadership traits remain the same. And I wish you all leaders here to go explore this great world of innovation and leadership and the startup ecosystem that is getting created in this country. And let us wish this country well, that we can reach this 5 trillion dream that we all have in the shortest possible time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Showing the importance of digital era in our economy for that. And there are so many people, I know they are not aware, especially in village area. And here the student, I think majority of the student will be from the village area, like me for that. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for that. We have again limited time for the panelists. So I will request Mr. Rohan, the younger leader in this dais for that. What do you think? What is the role of leader in this digital areas, and how this non-technical managers or the leaders can done this task more effectively? Time is 5 minutes for that. Thank you, sir.
Thanks a lot for that question. I'd really like to thank the Amity management, first of all, having us here on this dais right now. Before I get to the question, I want to ask you guys, how many of you are using filters on Snapchat and Instagram? I mean, thoda upar utha lo yaar, hath dikh bhi jayega. That's quite a bunch of you, and I'm sure the others who aren't lifting their hands, they're probably lying right now. You all use filters, so you've tried augmented reality, and it's quite something, the kind of filters we have now as opposed to 5 years ago. Matlab zameen aasman ka difference hai. How many of you over here have actually used virtual reality? An Oculus headset, maybe put your phone inside one of those VR headsets. There you go, there are quite a few ones. So Industry 5.0, as we're getting there, obviously you understand, it's a lot of robotics and automation taking over. And the metaverse is going to be a huge part of Industry 5.0. You guys are going to be working in digital environments, in virtual environments. So automatically the challenges of leadership in the virtual environment are completely different from the physical space. Also, you got to look at the socio-economic background of a person. Now, when we're talking Industry 5.0, you're essentially talking about 3 to 4 day work weeks. How do you incentivize people? How do you lead people who have a 3-day work week or a 4-day work week? The family structures are different. These are the kind of questions that we would probably get into. And whatever we're discussing right now over here, it's completely theoretical because we don't know what's going to happen in the next 15 years. You guys are probably going to find that out as you go along. But like I said, the metaverse, virtual reality, that's where I believe the future lies. And in those environments, is where we would understand what, leadership actually means, because it's more about thought leadership. You're not leading people in their tasks, you're leading them in their thoughts, because there's so much of automation, so much of generative AI around them that, people can do these jobs easily. So you're not teaching them how to do their jobs. You basically, leading their thoughts at this point in time. That's what I at least personally feel at this point in time.
Thank you very much. I know that young generation need such inspiration from the people like you for that. And I already told you that maybe we are sitting on this dais, we have concept, we have thought. That is a different one. When we go practically, I think that is a totally different one for that there. So how we have to match all these things? Where is the gap? How we can bridge this gap? That is most important for that. But in our government also, in various places where I work, I found they are very rigid. They are not flexible. What we say, it is okay. What is happening in the practical, that is totally different for that. And this should be in the policy. I know that one there. And thank you, Mr. Rohan, you have given wonderful example for that there. And I think a lot of people, young generation will get inspiration from you, and they will come, I think, along with you also. And if I think they contact you, you will, I think, listen to them, you will help them, you will support them for that. I believe that one there. Because I want to give one example, because we were doing some research study related to some incentive for certain community. So I found they told us, these are the things, we have to cover all these things there. So I suggest them, you are making some policies for some people. Why not you think these policies, ask them what they need. You may say you want to give 10 rupees. You want to tell them, okay, education. You want to give them other support also there. So they were reluctant. But later on, they realized, yes, this is, I think, practical. So they spent little more money. We have done survey for that. It was a totally different result. What they were thinking to give to the people, they found a different one. Okay, how you can help us, not financially, not other things, not income generation, but can you help us, our children, in the education? Make the policy for our community which can help us, which they kept, I think, in the parameter, which was the, I think, number 10. They preferred number 1 for that. So I think we made that policy that has been very successful. One particular organization we call SC/ST organization corporation for that. Now they are the totally different one there. So now next I would like to request Mr. Amit for that. Okay, what do you think? I think there are non-technical people are there. How you can help them to develop as a good leader, and they can cope with this new changes in the technology in the digital era for that. Can you throw light on that there? Thank you.
Yeah. Hi, good morning, everyone. I think a great learning session already, for example, listening to a lot of panelists. I would put this way, today, for example, when we say we are non-technology people, I think everyone is technology driven. I think the kids are born, they have a mobile in their hand and they've been using some sorts of technology by default. We have been sitting among the young chaps. I think coming from a retail background, I always understand jo dikhta wo dikhta hai. I think you guys have power in your hand. Everyone is on a mobile. I can give a classical example. How many people are on different platforms? Everyone are. So yes, they have been really exposed. So they are exposed. They just need to be fed with their interests. Today, I think technology is moving towards, and that also have really transformed from a hardcore coding to something like AI, ML, data warehousing, and a lot of other stuff. So while the young kids, when they really want to grow big, they want to explore a leadership role. So it's not only about the qualification from a tech point of view, it is about mindset. And I think for an entrepreneur and leadership, I think the most important thing is the mindset. tools are available. I think we have a topic which is, we are talking about Industry 5.0. I think just going to go back to Industry 4.0, where basically everything was getting automated. We were automating machines, building connection around it with IIoT and other devices. I think 5.0 is going to look at something like where there is a fusion of humans, machines. So you're going to be working around robotics. You're going to be working with AR, VR, and a lot of other stuff. So yes, I think the next level of technology is going to be much easy to consume. And I think it is also going to lead to a lot of entrepreneurship and leadership amongst the new generation. I think that's how I take it, actually.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Maybe I think within limited times, you have elaborated, and that was the main task, which in entrepreneurship we say, to bring the change in the mindset. And if you bring the change in the mindset, which is not easy for that there, as a leader, you have to own that. You have to be a friend for that. You have to become their family also there, and you have to give them the responsibility for that. Some incentive also, that also include for that there, which I have done for that there, also in my organization. And everything was moving smoothly for that there. So these are the good opportunity also, and who are, I think, practicing and new or young people. And this is not only for the industry, I would say. These organizations, if you look at, they are working also as a service industry for that. This is very important for that there. So I believe, like in human resource development, we do more management, which I have experience in different organizations. We focus on more management instead of development. But my belief is, when I conducted human resource development program, develop the human resource, I think you have very less time to manage them. There is no need. They feel responsibility. They do that task for that there. Because as per my experience in my institution, I run 4 programs simultaneously, 2 months program, and that is international. I found that is my experience for that there. Now we have Kritika Satpathy, who is also looking, I think, only the one panelist, women panelist. And I always respect such people who are so dynamic, and they are the role model for the women, for the girls. And these are the people who can bring a quick change in the 50% population of our country. By seeing them, by listening them, I think this become a great change for that there. So my questions for you is, what are the long-term consequences if we ignore this digital transformation on the institutions and on the industry for that there, including the opportunity for the young generation for that? Madam Kritika, please.
Hi, before I start with the question, there's one thing I would want to share about how. So one thing I would want to share about how we have transitioned. So industry 1 was whenever there has been any new energy source of energy which has been developed, new technology comes in place, starting industry 1, where we invented the machines, steam and water was the source mainly being used in textile. Then we moved to an advanced version where we have big machines with the use of electronics and electricity. They were being utilized. We had more communications, railway was there in place, telegraph was there in place. Then we moved to the 3rd generation, industry 3.0, which was more about automation. It started, the automation, I'll say, started over there. We had big machines replacing humans. Then we came into the 4th era, which is currently going on, and we are in a transitioning phase, which was more about robotics, AI, Internet of Things, 3D printing. So in industry 4.0, everything was focused to be automated. However, while we were just running behind generating more value, we did sideline the human values. So when we come to industry 5.0, now our leaders, they understand that human are the key assets. So it is an integration of machine with humans, and everything right now is human centric, and the focus is giving back to the society, giving back to the economy, and enhancing the human skills as well. So now, going to the question, if we stay behind or if we do not accept the digital technology, what would we be lagging? One thing, right now the focus is on automation, which increases the efficiency. So if any industry, they are not adapting to it, they lose on productivity, they lose on cost savings, they lose on efficiency in terms of the production line, in terms of the human skills. So they lose the competitive edge, because in today's era is all about innovation, is all about the continuous circle of learning, unlearning, learn new things, venture into it, innovate, create. So to stay at top, we need to continuously keep ourselves with the current digital technology, which is there in the market, keep learning it, keep implementing it. So if we are not doing it, we lose the competitive edge. Then when we talk about the leadership, there's one major role which the leaders today are playing, which is about ethical leadership. So as we know, AI, ML, it's all automation, it's all algorithm. It is very important for the leaders to ensure that the algorithms, they have proper visibility across. We have fairness, any codes. Basically, we are writing codes. The codes are fair. They do not populate something which is unethical. We are taking care of the data privacy. We are taking care of the threats, the cybersecurity threats. So risk management. And the point when we lose the risk and we endure to more risk in terms of cybersecurity, so that is something where there will be a pushback and you cannot meet the current standards. So these are the main points that I would like to.
I just want to add to something to what my colleague just mentioned. Elon Musk, the reason he's raking in all that money is because he is a thought leader. He's a leader of Industry 4.0. His factory is completely automated. He's stamping out car parts as opposed to other manufacturers who have to put car parts together. A regular car has, I think, over 2,000 moving parts, and Tesla has fewer than 100 pieces, I believe. So these are the kind of advantages he gets when design is led by AI, and the kind of leadership that requires from a person of Elon's caliber is completely different to as to what, must have been 20 years ago. So I just want to add to my colleague's point.
So talking about Elon Musk, who is the inventor of Tesla, who leads Tesla, and we have all the automatic cars. But then he himself right now understands the value of human brain. So human has to be integrated with AI. And even when we are talking about the digital era, we are talking about Industry 5.0, there is one thing which plays a key role over here, which is data analytics. So every decision which is being taken right now is more informed. It is, we get proper insights. We have our BI tools, our business intelligence tools, which provides us proper insights and of where to invest, where not to invest, where to save, It provides us the opportunity, the scope where we can venture in. So in today's era, data is also the key, and an industry not understanding it, not keeping the data secure, not maintaining privacy would lag behind in the market, would lose the trust of the customers as well. And even when we are talking about digital technology, I'm sure every one of you would be seeing towards the big names, Google, Accenture, TCS, because they give you the right opportunity, the right platform where you can grow. They provide you the visibility, the access to the new technology, the new tools. So that's where it becomes more employee centric as well, to attract new talents as well as to retain the talents. So here, the digital technology plays a very vital role, and the leaders who understand the requirement of integrating it in order to enhance the productivity, enhance the skill sets of the employees as well, which helps them achieve better value. So thank you.
Thank you, Kritika ji. Thank you very much for that there. Showing your interest and telling your experience also, because this is very important now to adopt these technologies if we want to grow, if we want to compete. At the same time, you cautioned also to the people how we can protect ourselves, because there are a lot of things is going on. They can take your data also, use for their purpose also, they can misuse also there. Now, we have another things. When we have the new things, it is not easy to implement. I know I work a lot of things in entrepreneurship development, and when we introduce in the teaching system, education system, first we enrolled around 1,000 teachers of the UP for entrepreneurship. And you see, entrepreneurship was a new subject for them. It was a burden for them also that why should, without getting anything extra payment, we should teach the entrepreneurship. So that was a challenge before us also there. In Dehradun, Dak Pathar, we have for 1 month, we trained around 2,000 teachers. 2,000 teachers for that. So they were very reluctant. And I know now this is also the technology for that. So there are so many people, they are not so easily, they will accept for that. So may I have these questions also there? If there is such a resistance from the people, how we have to cope and how the team of your industry, your organization respond for that? May I request Dr. Parveen Garg to throw light on this also there? Thank you.
Thank you very much. How much time I have? I think only 3 minutes, right? Okay, so generally we keep best for the last. So I'm happy that I've been given opportunity in the last. So I remember a story. There was a battalion which was going, and they had to cross a jungle. They wanted to go from place A to place B, and there were a lot of trees inside. So there's a person who is kind of a bossy kind of a person. He says that, okay, guys, come, let's cut the trees. I'll give you X to everyone. Let's start cutting the trees and we will go there. We will reach there. Then the second, so they started doing it and they realized it is going to take a lot of time. Then another person came, he said, I am the leader of this battalion. Please use technology. There's an automated cutter. Let's use this automated cutter and cut the trees. And then there was third person who was standing and who climbed another very large tree. Standing there, he shouted, oh guys, you're cutting the wrong jungle. You have to cut this jungle. This is the real leader. So there are different kinds of leaders. Who will, sleeve up and who will start working immediately along with the team. Second kind of leaders who will, just use the technology, will encourage people to do the work. And the third person is the leader who is actually giving them all the right direction. Now you guys need to decide which category of leader you want to become. Things are changing, metaverse, all these technology, things are changing. What is your idea of a startup? And how you want your industry, your startup to go in which direction? Which jungle, you should be working on? That's what you need to decide. And while doing that, you will have to certainly take care of what Ms. Satapathy also said, taking care of emotional aspect. Because ultimately, whichever world you are in, you will need to remember that you will be dealing with the people only. You will be, even if you are using the technology will be made by the people. So please always remember, the first and the foremost quality of the leader is emotional intelligence. So these are the 2 cents from my side. I hope that answers the questions indirectly which you had asked. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Parveen. Thank you very much for that. Yes, in this technology era, in our society, we are missing the feelings and the emotions of the people. And that is a great danger. And that is the biggest problem. I know. Even you want to give the responsibility to the right person, you have to choose what type of leader you have to develop yourself. You have to select yourself what you can do, what you cannot do, in which area you can do dynamically for that, what technology you can adopt for that, what technology you can use that, what technology you can learn for that is there. So these are the burning questions for that there. And a good leader, which I feel like this is a division of the work, is very important for that there. But division of the work should be as per their qualification, as per their abilities. I found myself very successful in that area when I managed my training programs, 4 programs simultaneous, 2 months. And that is with the international audience, including the bureaucrat, civil servant. And this is the quality of the civil servant. They don't want to listen much. They want to intervene much. They have this belief for that. But I gave the responsibility to such people. They are capable, they can solve the problem, they can lead the class. And believe me, for 10 years, there was no single complaint came from my class, and it never goes to the Ministry of External Affairs, who were sponsoring such programs. And that was the biggest achievement for my organization, which I said to the secretary when there was a meeting for that there. And this I was sharing for that there. So we have to think as a leader also there in our team also. Besides this, what other people can do, the member, which member they can do for that there. And these are the people you see, they are most intelligent. If they are working under someone, it is not easy task to handle them. Give them the right responsibility. Only the responsibility, give them the freedom also for that there. I think they will work because they will get the opportunity. Yes, we have to prove it. We have to prove it. Our capabilities, our qualification, our abilities for that, and response will come. And I know this young generation is very talented, and like Mr. Modi, our Prime Minister, always focus on the young generation. He also focused because they know they can bring a change in our country. And what he forecast, now our is the now fifth economy, and maybe next term after 2024, if he comes, he promised this will be the third 1, 2, 3, which economy can be Indian economy. I think he trusts the young generation. He believes in the potential of the young generation. I think they can bring this change and they can bring India up in the world for that. India is showing the leadership quality for that. I don't know whether we have the question
I think
answered.
I just wanted to add one point about, these decision-making processes and AI, like a lot of automation that we see nowadays is in factories and processes. But if you're talking 20 years ahead, decision-making by AI is something that's continuously improving. You had to train astronauts, pay them millions of dollars, have them, train through engineering programs and physical fitness programs and flight test programs, spend loads of money on that. And that's when you get an astronaut. But now, thanks to AI, the level of training that an astronaut might require is drastically less. I mean, anyone closely seen SpaceX interiors compared to interiors of spaceships from the 80s and the 90s, there's a huge difference. So, with the entire worker reform movement also going on, if you ask a lot of workers, one of the easiest jobs in the organization to automate might be the CEO himself. And you end up saving the most amount of money that you could possibly can. So yeah, I just thought I'd mention
Thank
this.
you. Thank you very much. And I think in the coming future, a lot of opportunity for the young generation in this digital avenue for that there. So be ready for that there. I'm grateful for that. And I must thank MIT University to organizing and providing this opportunity to the young student, the faculties and people, including us also in this platform to learn from each other for that. I believe the people will keep in touch with each other for their benefit. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you very much to all the panelists. Specifically on enlightening the role of leaders in the digital era. We are here with the AI, blockchain technology, and how will a leader grab the opportunity? Thank you very much to all the panelists. Now I request our director ma'am to offer the mementos to the panelists. I request our director ma'am to give this memento to the Rishiraj sir as a session chair. And I request her sir, please come on the dais with the ma'am. Please continue the round of applause. Thank you very much. Now I request Dr. Atul, please come on stage. Ma'am, please give the token of appreciation to Dr. Parveen. Parveen, sir. Please continue the round of applause. Atul, sir, please. Now I request ma'am to give the token of appreciation to Miss Krutika. Rishi, sir, please come on the stage. Please continue the round of applause. Thank you very much. Now I request Mr. Amit Mandhar for accepting the token of appreciation. Please continue the round of applause. Now I request, please give the token of appreciation to Mr. Rohan. Now I request ma'am to offer the token of appreciation to Mr. Sridhar. Now I request our all faculties, specifically coordinator working for the conference, please offer the token of appreciation and love to our session in charge, Dr. Sujata Khandai.
A good round of applause.
Thank you, my panelists. Very enriching, and we are so happy to have you, and we would like to have you back on campus again. And thank you, my audience, my students here. You were very patient, and I hope you have learned. There were some very, very useful insights and some very interesting stuff that was discussed today. So I'm sure, I know most of you don't like to be told to sit down at one place, but I am proud of each one of you because I saw most of you were listening, and I have great faith in this generation. So thank you once again, and I hope it was an interesting discussion, and I hope we will have our panelists with us again. Maybe we will invite them individually to our classroom so that they can interact more intensively with all of you. Thank you once again, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much to all the panelists, and thank you to all the students for becoming the patient listener. Thank you to all of you. Now we are going to start after 10 minutes, new panels. Next panel.
Conference on Entrepreneurship, Innovation and Leadership 2023 on the theme Next Generation Tools from 14 to 16 September 2023. Considering the fast-growing and rapidly evolving dynamic global scenario, along with the use of latest technologies and innovation for the growth of the businesses, the International Conference on Entrepreneurship, Innovation and Leadership was conceptualized. This time, the conference centers around Industry 5.0, which signifies the roles of humans alongside robots and smart machines. It aims to merge machine intelligence with human intelligence. Industry 5.0 adds human-centric, sustainable, and resilient concepts to the industrial revolution, reinforcing the role and contribution of industry towards society. The role of entrepreneurs, innovators, and leaders is integral to understand the value of human intuitions and problem-solving capabilities in the industrial environment. The ICEIL intends to focus on comprehensive research on global targets and endeavors to address some of the society's greatest challenges while progressing towards Industry 5.0. Now I would like to welcome Dr. Sujata Khandai ma'am, Deputy Dean Academics, Officiating Head, Amity School of Business, Director and Amity College of Commerce, to welcome our guests with a sapling. I request ma'am to welcome our session chair, Dr. Kapil Mehrotra, Chief Information Officer, Dhanuka Agritech. Mr. Kapil is a group CTO at Dhanuka Agritech, Gurgaon, has around 24 years of experience in cybersecurity, IT consulting, healthcare industries, and in work companies like Mastech, ICEIL, and many more. He joined Dhanuka Agritech in 2023 and is responsible for innovation, IT strategy, infrastructure, and managing IT and security. He also a fitness freak and is a helping hand towards CIOs community to take fitness to the next level through building our EEF IT brand. Now I request ma'am, Dr. Sujata Khandai, to welcome our eminent panelist, Mr. Abhishek Gupta, Chief Information Officer, Dish TV. I would also like to ask Dr. Ruchi Khandelwal ma'am to join for the welcome.
He has 20 years of strong experience in IT strategy, service delivery, service management, IT program management, accounts management. He is also a VP, IT Head General Manager, IT Head Area Leader, Program Leader, and many more. He managed relationship at CXO level with both Indian and MNC clients. He is a winner of prestigious India's Future CIO Award by IT Next magazine. We welcome you, sir. I would request Swati Mittal ma'am to please welcome Mr. Abhishek Kumar, co-founder of U-Turn for Nature. Abhishek Kumar is a CSR leader and a development professional with 25 years of experience in the development and the corporate sectors. He is having an experience of A to Z Infra, Daksh, ActionAid, DNR Foundation. He is also having a consultant for the LG Electronics India as a senior advisor. He is a guest faculty member at various management institutes on the topic of CSR, strategic management, rural development, and ecosystem. We welcome you, sir. I request Dr. Nidhi Gupta and Dr. Jyoti to welcome Mr. Mayank Jain, founder and CEO at ICEIL Electric. He's a passionate innovator. He does his BTech in mechanical and automation. He's an experienced design engineer with a demonstrated history of working into the research and the development of automotive industry. He's founded ICEIL Electric to shape the future of EV ecosystem by providing innovative solutions, products in the electric vehicles and EV charging domain. We welcome you, sir. I would also like to invite our moderator, Dr. Ruchi Khandelwal, Deputy Director Academics, Dr. Nidhi Gupta and Dr. Swati Mittal. I request you to please present the sapling to the madam. Dr. Ruchi Khandelwal, madam, is an associate with Amity University in Noida for more than 20 years and enriching all the faculties and the student with her knowledge and utmost skills. She is committed academician with an eye for the detailed in administrative responsibilities. He has executed tasks assigned with full diligence and have an appreciated for innovation and decision making. Her areas of interest are marketing and strategies. We welcome you, ma'am, to join our panel discussion. We welcome you all the dignitaries to join our panel discussion. I would request Sujata ma'am to welcome and give an address note.
We would like to welcome our director, ma'am, for the session.
And we request ma'am to give few insights for the session, please. It's 12, right? 12 o'clock? Already 12 o'clock?
Good afternoon. And thank you so much for joining us, our esteemed panelists and my dear students. I welcome you to this 5th edition of ICEIL. It's a big conference. So I take it is indeed my pleasure to welcome you all on behalf of our Honorable Founder President Sir, our Honorable Chancellor Sir, and Vice Chancellor Ma'am to this 5th edition of ICEIL. And I'm hoping that you will have some interesting and insightful takeaways once you exit this auditorium. I'm not sure how many of you have read or have gone through the topic of today's panel discussion, but something very significant and something very imperative about the discussion today. And I would implore each one of you to actually give an ear to what our panelists have to say, because what we are talking about is two very significant things in today's conference. One is value-driven businesses, and the second thing I'll be talking about is sustainability. Now, yes, we live in exciting times today, a time which is a period which is presenting us with endless opportunities and possibilities. At the same time, it is equally challenging. We have to deal with technology, and it's not very easy. It is very easy. At the same time, it is not very easy to handle technology in the most responsible manner. And when we don't handle technology in the best possible manner, it can come back to bite us. And that can be extremely detrimental. At the earlier session, and this is something which I mentioned to the audience here, I'm hoping that nobody from the earlier session is here, otherwise they'll get tired and they'll tell me that you speak the same thing every time. At the earlier session, there was, I did say something. The social media is overpowering each one of us. But social media has become a monster in our lives today because we never control social media when it should have. And it's a similar thing with AI. If you don't control AI and use it responsibly, trust me, it is going to become probably it will be the destruction of our planet, and machines will take over and we will be sidelined. And that's where I think sustainability is very, very important. We live on a planet, and unless we are sustainable in our marketing, in our production and our consumption, what do we leave for the future generations? Nothing, probably. They will have to search for another planet. And trust me, there is no planet B. It is just this planet that we reside on. And this is the planet which is going to subsist us. So let us not think, we have seen many movies where there is a planet B and people are, kind of going there. It does not exist. So let us be more sustainable in our behavior, whether it is producing or it is consuming. And I think today's panel discussion is going to talk more about how the businesses that we have are more value driven and will contribute to a more sustainable future. I welcome each one of you to listen to our panelists. Please feel free to ask questions. You must, in fact, and have a great discussion and a great day to each one of you. Welcome all of you again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your enriching words. Now I would request our session chair, Mr. Kapil Mehrotra, to share his opening remarks on the theme Industry 5.0, a roadmap for value-driven business sustainability, and to carry forward the panel discussion. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Before I begin, I would request everyone, please clap for yourself. Thank you. Thank you very much. And it's a full auditorium, so I'm really, really honored, and along with the colleagues. And we have a very esteemed panel today. So can I have the silence, please? Because we are going to talk very important things here, and I'll try to make this panel as much as interesting. So before I begin, I really want to basically fetch your attention on the size of the market of Industry 5.0. But before that, the theme what we have here, it's talk more about manufacturing, innovation, and leadership. And it's a combination which a perfect person required, a perfect organization is required. And if you look at the size of the market is very, very huge. Can you imagine it? Like $160 billion market is a hit. And wherein, like, if you look at the Industry 4.0, which is not fully implemented yet. And in terms of the Indian scenario, it is not yet. And let's talk about more what is actually Industry 4.0. So in an easy word, I can say there are 4 pillars. One is IoT, other one is IIoT, third is AI, and the fourth is ML. So just imagine if we see that like Industry 4.0, where they are collaborating more data, because IoT devices are generating data, and that data we have to capture somewhere, we have to analyze. Similarly, IIoT also generating a lot of data. And then we have AI ML on the top of that, which is basically assessing that data. Algorithms are running and producing the result. That's what is like, I can narrate in the easy language. It means machine and the data analytics collaboration. And let's take another example of a robotics. So where we have tried to basically remove human dependency and automated a lot of processes in the factory, which were very hazardous. And so objective was a 4.0, more automation, more data analytics, and reduce the manpower. But when we are talking about 4.0, let's bring back the human sustainability. Reason is because if robots will work, chatbot will work, so what would be the next level of innovation? Who will decide it? Robots cannot work or cannot decide it, the next level of the innovation. Do you agree? Can you raise your hand? Can robot decide it next level of innovation? You need a human brain. All of you agree with this? I can't hear you guys. Awesome. So that is why 5.0 is talking about machine and the robots, machine and a human collaboration. That's the first thumb rule what they are talking about. The second rule is basically where they talk about is more and more sustainability, resilience. Reason is because so much when we started automating everything, we forget like how much waste we are generating. And that waste is basically hampering us in day-to-day life. So what they're talking about is in 5.0, let's not waste. So we have to look at for the next level of change in the industry, how we can reduce the weight, not for recycling the waste. There is a different terms. I'm using recycling is different. Recycling, we were talking in the 4.0. In 5.0, we are talking how we can basically reduce the waste while automation. So with this note, like I want to call first of all, Abhishek, introduce yourself and basically share your inputs.
Good afternoon, everybody, once again. So interesting fun fact. Today, around every day, 167 billion searches happen on Google. You know, everybody do Google search. About 10 lakh of those searches are talking or searching about Industry 4.0. And soon, more searches will happen on Industry 5.0. Now, when we talk about 4.0 and 5.0, I think because you're from the student community, you need to look back and see where the history starts. So just to give you a glimpse of it, it was around 1780 when we learned how to harness the power of steam. And that is where the concept of Industry 1.0 started. And in the 100 years down the line, we learned electrification. And we learned, how to make things in an assembly line. So that was around 1870. The Ford came up with a T model. So that is what is the Industry 2.0. Then came the concept of internet. That was in 1950s that you got the IBM computer and everything. Then you have Industry 4.0 that we're talking about, which Kapil already elucidated it. And if you see between 1 to 3, there was a demarcation, but in 4 and 5, there is no demarcation. In fact, the Industry 4.0 is still going on and the concept of 5.0 has come. So the good news is that for us from India, this concept is not new, and you will hear from the panel discussion why I say so. Just to give you a very high level glimpse, because it talks about 3 basic things. One is human-centric approach. Second is we need to be resilient. And 3, we need to be sustainable. And I think because of the background that all of us come from, we have learned to do more with less. We understand the nature, Mother Earth, and we also understand the ability to cohabit under various strata of society. So this is the good news for us, that there is nothing new for us to learn from that perspective, but a lot of things to imbibe from what the world is going on. I think with this.
Thank you, Abhishek. Thank you for setting up the context. Another example which I want to give, because when we were talking about 4.0, so there are a lot of things we were doing is like digitization. We were using a word very popular. Every industry was looking up. And if I share that insight with you, in India, still 40% people only digital right now. 60% people are not digital. Can you imagine? I'm talking about the Indian industry. 40% industry is digital, but there is only 3 to 4% segment which is fully digital. They are leading the world actually. So very slow progress what we are making, and we are straight away talking about the 5.0, which is way beyond of that, which is only and only works on artificial intelligence and human collaboration. I think we have to go back, first of all, do correct few things. With this note, like I am moving on, another Abhishek. And Abhishek, what is your viewpoint about the Industry 5.0?
हेलो, मेरा नाम अभिषेक है और मेरा बैकग्राउंड है कॉर्पोरेट सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी का, समाज सेवा करने का। तो मैं विशेषकर वहीं से एग्जाम्पल्स लूंगा 50 के बारे में हो या 40 के बारे में। मैंने अभी मैं यू टर्न फॉर नेचर जो ऑलमोस्ट जो 50 है उससे रिलेटेड ही है या 40 जो था, तो मैंने उसका को फाउंडर हूँ। मैंने इसके पहले एमिटी में भी काम किया है, मैंने होंडा कार में किया है, सैमसंग में किया है, एलजी इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स में किया हुआ है। तो बैकग्राउंड मेरा पूरा सीएसआर का रहा है, समाज के साथ काम करने का है। अभी 50 जब कभी डिस्कशंस होते हैं, टीवी पे भी देखा हमने, कई न्यूज़पेपर्स आर्टिकल्स में भी होता है, तो कई लोग के रेसिस्टेंस आते हैं कि इससे मैन पावर पे इश्यूज आएंगे, सारे रोबोट्स करने लगेंगे, फिर मैन पावर का क्या होगा, ऑलरेडी अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट इतना है। लेकिन ऐसा कुछ होता नहीं है। आप लोग जब पैदा नहीं हुए थे, प्रोबेबली 1984 में, हम लोग भी स्कूल में थे तो कंप्यूटर आया था फर्स्ट टाइम, और पूरे देश में सालों तक हड़तालें चली, सारे बैंक में हड़ताल रहते थे, बंदी रहती थी। लोगों ने इसका खूब विरोध किया कि इससे सबकी नौकरी चली जाएगी जब सारा काम कंप्यूटर करने लगेगा तो। लेकिन आज हर आदमी के हाथ में कंप्यूटर है, हर बच्चे के हाथ में उससे बड़ा सोफिस्टिकेटेड मशीन है, उससे कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ा। सो ह्यूमन आर द सुपर पावर। सर ने अभी बोला कि कोई भी इनोवेशन होगा वो रोबोट, वो कोई मशीन, कोई कंप्यूटर नहीं कर सकता, वो सिर्फ एक असिस्टिव डिवाइसेस की तरह यूज किया जा सकता है। तो ये जितने भी जो मशीन्स की बात हो रही है, टेक्नोलॉजी की बात हो रही है या सॉफ्टवेयर की बात हो रही है, ये सिर्फ एक असिस्टिव डिवाइसेज है, असिस्टिव थिंग्स है, जो कि हमारे ह्यूमैनिटी को आगे बढ़ाने, सस्टेनेबल करने में काम करेगा। मेरा मानना है कि 40 चल रहा है, 50 भी ऑन द डोर है। कोई भी चीज होना चाहिए वो ह्यूमन काइंड के लिए होना चाहिए, और उससे भी इम्पोर्टेंट जो लास्ट माइल है, जो हमारे करोड़ों लोग गांव में रहते हैं, किसान हो, मजदूर हो, महिलाएं हो, बच्चे हो, उनके पास भी इसका फायदा कैसे पहुंचे। ये पॉलिसी की चीज है, किस तरह से इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे। लेकिन मैं छोटा सा एक एग्जांपल दूंगा कि 5.0 या 4.0 से ऐसा नहीं है कि किसी बड़े से लैब में किसी साइंटिस्ट ने या किसी बड़े विद्वान ने इस तरह का इनोवेशन किया और हमने उसे 5.0 का नाम दे दिया। हम महिलाओं के साथ काम करते हैं, गांव में जो महिलाएं रहती है, नेशनल रूरल लाइवलीहुड मिशन के अंदर में देश में करीब 10 करोड़ महिलाएं हैं जो गांव के सुदूर भाग में हैं, जो पॉवर्टी सेक्शन से आती हैं, SC/ST बैकवर्ड सेक्शन से आती हैं। वो बिजनेस के लिए उनको ट्रेन किया जाता है। तो हमने एक प्रोजेक्ट, एक फैक्ट्री सेटअप की छोटी सी, उनके स्किल के लिए, प्रोडक्शन के लिए। तो उनको सीलर मशीन, बैंड सीलर होती है जो पाउचेस को सील करते हैं, जो कि स्ट्रेट ऐसे सील करती है, और एक हैंड सीलर होती है जिसके अंदर पाउच को रख के ऐसे दबाते हैं तो वो पाउच सील होता है। लेकिन उन लेडीज ने उस जो हैंड सीलर जो टेबल के ऊपर रख के करते हैं, उन्होंने उसको दीवार में फिक्स कर दिया। अब वो स्टैंडिंग पाउच को भी वो आराम से वैसे उसको फिक्स कर रही है सिर्फ 2,000 रुपए में। तो उन्होंने इनोवेशन किया कि 35,000 का मशीन क्यों ले, जब ये हम खड़े करके ही इसको सील कर सकते हैं। इसी तरह कई फार्मर से हमने मिले, तो वो छोटे छोटे हैं, वो धान लगाना हो, रोपना हो, या कुछ चावल कुछ कटाई करनी हो, उन्हें छोटे छोटे इक्विपमेंट बना रखे हैं जो देखकर आपको भी समझ में नहीं आएगा कि मैंने किस तरीके से ये काम कर रहे हैं। सिर्फ हम लोगों ने ट्रैक्टर्स देखे हैं, बड़े बड़े मशीन्स देखे हैं टीवी में या जहां भी न्यूज में, लेकिन गांव में जाएंगे तो किसानों ने अपना, उसको जुगाड़ बोलते हैं, लेकिन उन्होंने इनोवेशन कर रखा हुआ है। तो ऑल दिस पार्ट आर 50 एंड आई थिंक मेरा टाइम खत्म हो रहा है, तो मैं सर को बोलूंगा क्या।
Thank you, Abhishek, for setting up the context. I mean, that's really, I think he deserves a round of applause. Amazing. I mean, the points you have narrated, it's very well drafted and very well narrated. So with this thought, like I'm going to him, like you talked about the sustainability and I'm going to talk about the smartness. So in 4.0, we were talking about more, everything has to be smart enough. Everything has to be smart. So what do you think actually? What is your view on that?
First of all, hello, and thank you for having me here with the learned panelists. So, I mean, I think I'm the youngest from all the learned panelists here. So, I have a little maybe almost aligned, but a little bit different viewpoint here. As in, when we talk about industry 4.0, so it is rightly, like you said, it is moreover based on the fact that we have to introduce automation, robotics, and we have to do all the repetitive tasks through automation, and that included AI, ML as well as, right? So, and now when the global or the European industry is moving or talking about industry 5.0, which is now including the human along with the machines, basically, a kind of combination of human and machine interface, so as to continue the innovation and continue the creativity intact. So in that sense, I think India is already in a way working from a perspective of industry 5.0 already. And since we are already in a phase wherein we are, I would say, in the middle of industry 5.4 as well as 4.0. So since India is very rich in human resource, so industry 5.0 has to be a part of, I mean, needless to say, it will be a part of the concept whenever we talk about an industry or any manufacturing setup. So coming from a manufacturing setup, so we are particularly into manufacturing of electric vehicle charging stations as well as electric three-wheelers also. So we are highly dependent on the manpower and resources. And like you all already stated that innovation can only be generated through us humans. So this human involvement will always and always be there. And it is just a term coined maybe because the global industry took a step ahead wherein they forgot to include the human angle in the concept of industry 4.0. So now they have again recorrected themselves and added the human perspective and the sustainability perspective in industry 5.0. So that's my thought process.
I totally agree. What do you said? I mean, guys, like, did you understand what he said? I mean, I'll quickly brief that. He's in a manufacturing where he's basically producing the EV chargers actually. And he admitted that that process required a lot of human intervention despite the automation.
Right.
So this is what is industry 5.0 is talking about it. Like, you can automate anything, but you need people to analyze, to fix, to execute. So this is what he's talking about is. Another example I want to give you, let's take example of latest cars, which are basically generating a lot of data. And let's say your car is due for maintenance. And the data will go to the backend command center, and you have a mug, and the guy will call you, sir, your car is due for maintenance, right? No brainer. It's an IoT device which is checking continuously and basically generating a data, and it compares last service and the latest kilometers, and then you are getting the call. But how would be if I bring the feature of a 5.0? It could be. Can it will be fix your few problems automatically? Or still you have to send the car to the workshop? Are you getting what I'm saying is? One side I'm talking about 5.0 and collaboration. It means your car is due for the maintenance. It will go to the workshop and there will be a human team. They will pick up that log and they will work on it, the problems what your car has, right? So that collaboration will never go. That will be always there. So now with this thought, I'm moving for the next set of the question, going to the Abhishek. So Abhishek, you have done a lot of transformation in the organization and you are into business of media. So how you are looking at this revolution which is coming forward? Any comment on that?
Firstly, it's a very exciting time to be. Two things, because one, I come from the technology background. So I understand the various facets of technology. So as you talked about some pillars of industry 4.0, similarly for industry 5.0, the pillars of technology are artificial intelligence, blockchain, edge computing. You have also big data analytics. You have many such components of this. Now, the challenge is how do you amalgamate all these different technologies, turn it into a profitable business while making sure the three pillars of 5.0, which is human-centric, resilient, and sustainable. So some of these terms, if the students have gone through it, they are not new. If you go back in 2015, United Nations has come up with the terminology called SDG. Many of the people from the social background will understand that. So there were 17 tenets of sustainable development goals. So 17 goals were identified. Few of them was elevation of poverty, how to be responsible in automation. And recently there was a concept of ESG. So while SDG was a goal that we have to achieve by 2030 on those 17 parameters, ESG was a matrix which can be used, because if you cannot measure something, then you cannot improve. So ESG give all the businesses a matrix, just like you measure the distance in meters. So ESG gives you a score, and then you have to show that you have improved or not. So in a way, when the European Union, so it is the European Union, which came up with the concept of Industry 5.0 2 years back, they thought that, okay, industrialization is happening, we are in 4.0, but it is not sustainable. So it is not human-centric. And that is where this concept of 5.0 came. So if we talk about examples, and I will not limit myself to the media example, for example, taking to the concept of the automobile industry itself. So how will 5.0 happen? So all of you would be now looking for, some jobs, and you are buying some products. As citizens, you are evolved, and you want to make sure that the product you are consuming or the organization you are joining, are they doing things in a good manner? And probably you would like to see, are they employee centric if it is a company, or are they customer centric if it's a product? You will probably evaluate your decision of buying or joining an organization as one of the criteria. Another criteria you might decide is based upon, are they sensitive to the environment, because we have to inhabit this planet. And as ma'am in the opening remarks said, this is the only planet we have got. We may try to find out new planets, but probably in our lifetime, we will not be seeing, human beings go and cohabiting any other planet in a very large scale. So we want to have this planet nurtured and maintained properly. So very soon the companies will be forced, for example, take an example of bicycle. A bicycle will have a QR code. And if you will scan the QR code, it will give you the score of that bicycle on various parameters. What could be the parameters? The parameters could be, maybe there are 50 different components with which this bike is made of. Are these components created from an environment-friendly production process? Are these products going to be biodegradable? For example, this could be one of the outcome of the QR scan you will do. Another outcome could be is, when you involve the factory workers, were they gender sensitive? Did they come from the economically weaker section of the society? Are these employees employed? They might talk about what was the carbon emission footprint of preparing this bicycle, or the supply chain which went through. And this is where the concept of this artificial intelligence blockchain will tell you whether whatever information is being provided is correct or is it cooked up. Because blockchain will tell you, if you will read up about it, it will tell you transparently everything from the point where the product was initiated to it was delivered. So this is just one of the example, Kapil, and you can look off these examples anywhere. It could be in the smart metering or a smart healthcare. Of course, EV, where you come from, Mayank. So these are the concepts which you can really touch and feel today. And a lot of examples can come.
Very well said. Certain things I picked up. I mean, one of the things, like before I ask with you, I want to ask the audience. Can somebody tell me, like, from where this industrial 1.0, 2.0 idea has come? Anybody can? Can you guess it? No, nobody knows that. Okay.
With the idea of mass production to fulfill the need of masses?
No, industry 1.0. Okay. I think everybody should have the background of it. That's very important actually.
Sir, I think it started during the British rule during the
Country.
constructions of.
Which country?
I was talking about India in 1800 something.
Okay, so from Germany it started actually. So this origin idea from the Germany, why Germany? Because Germany was one of the largest producer of automobiles actually, and they wanted to have the very right processes in place in Germany. If you remember, if you look at any car, high-end cars, they are produced in Germany. The first automation of the car was basically happened in Germany. From there, this manufacturing idea started. Okay, so one side we talked about transformation, and I wanted to bring the attention on a sustainability and the challenges because he's working a lot of things on a CSR. So one side, sir, we are talking about a lot of transformation. So what challenges you foresee actually, how you can address, how we can basically address on behalf of mankind?
चैलेंज वही जो मैंने अभी लास्ट अपने इसमें बोला कि जो इंडिया का 95% पॉपुलेशन है उससे कोप नहीं कर पाता है या उसके पास वो पहुंच नहीं पाता। जो भी यहाँ इनोवेशन हम लोग ब्लॉकचेन की बात कर लें या किसी भी टेक्नोलॉजी की बात कर लें, इनोवेशन की बात कर लें, उससे हमारे जो मासेज हैं उनका किस तरह से डेवलपमेंट हो सकता है, उस चीज को कैटर करना होगा, उसके अंदर में उसको किस तरह से एड्रेस कर सकते हैं। और आई थिंक जब भी इनोवेशन होता है तो मासेज के पास भी ये पहुंचता है और चाहे वो हमारा AI हो या कोई और भी ब्लॉकचेन्स हो, उसके फायदे पहुंचते हैं, डायरेक्टली नहीं लेकिन इनडायरेक्टली उनको पहुंचते हैं। लेकिन कैसे इन सबको उनको भी जो ग्राउंड पे हैं उनको कैसे इसके अंदर एंगेज कर सकते हैं वो भी देखना होगा।
Okay. So ground rule is like you need a contribution from everywhere and you need a continuous involvement from the other side as well. Okay, so moving to you, so we are talking about transformation because your industry is manufacturing and we can assume it, a lot of transformation has happened. So what is your view is how you see the scope in terms of the, the latest technologies, what are coming and how fit are you to adopt those technologies?
Yeah, so in terms of technologies, or I can say the role of technology in enhancing the auto sector particularly. So as we move toward the EV revolution, so there's a lot of involvement of the IoT particularly, and then the role of IoT is particularly to get all the data, a lot of data related to the vehicle telematics, vehicle operations, for example, let's say, I mean, in every vehicle we have controllers, we have now electric vehicle I'm talking particularly, so battery packs. So the IoT part will continuously monitor all the aspects related to operations, maintenance, and the health of the complete system. So the technology is there and a lot of innovation and improvement is required because I mean, India is, or in fact, globally, the electric vehicle industry is at a very initial stage as of now. And already a lot of technology enhancements and developments are going on. And we are also actively contributing with having filed many patents, particularly in the EV domain at ICEIL. So technology intervention or involvement is there, and it will continue to be a leading factor for any revolution for that matter, whether it is into auto sector or any other sector. And particularly auto sector is something which involves, I think, many other technical aspects or technologies also, like AI, ML. So once the data is driven from the IoT devices that are put on the vehicles, so at the back end, at the server end, we have implemented the algorithms smartly, which studies all the data smartly and then triggers whenever there is a action need to be taken. So AI, ML, blockchain is a key part of our supply chain system. So if I talk about particularly about auto industry, so it is a huge industry which in a way is supported by all different technologies. So that's my.
So on one side, ma'am, we talked about challenges, we talked about transformation. So I have a question for you. I mean, how industry basically looking this perspective from the policy angle? Is industry ready and having a policy for adoption of this technology?
That when Mayank was talking, so I mean, I was thinking as to, what could be further the challenges that we could face. So one thing that came to my mind, I would just like to express that and then get back to what you were saying. So one thing that came to my mind was that, so currently we are probably training our people for automation and for the use of technology, because like you said, we are still in industry 4.0 in large parts of our economy. We are yet not ready to implement 5.0. Another thing that I think would be a challenge for the companies would be that when they look at industry 5.0, they will again have to get back into the need assessment and then probably reskill their employees for having that talent to collaborate with machines.
Excellent.
So right now, our focus is teaching our students the new kind of technologies like IoT or AR, etc. We are trying to tell them that how that works. And later our focus will be on, how you need to collaborate with that. Okay, so some bit of what you were already doing will be gone. That you will not be doing because that machine will take over. But then you need to reskill yourself because now you are again, acting as a person who's controlling the machine. So you will again have to have some bit of creativity and innovation as to what you can do next.
Excellent. So I like to give you example of my company where like recently we have implemented a IoT device, which can basically let me know when the maintenance is due. And there are certain other parameters. Let's say sometime, let's say you are running a machine on a different shifts, but all of a sudden let's started misbehaving. Let's say heat gone up or maybe some malfunctioning is. So machine before going to shut down, it will give you a warning and send you the alert and generate the calls, which is very common. But if I put the another intelligence, the regular log checks, right, which I cannot, I will, if I go to the dashboard, everything is fine. But what is exactly happening in the backend? There is another data what we are collecting it. So that's what I'm talking about is in 5.0, which can proactively let me know to that administrator, which probably is thinking like this dashboard is correct, but it's not actually. Wherein like I get some extra information for the correction, right? That's what is the intelligence what we are talking about is. So I have one last question. Okay, so I have a last question, which is very interesting. So one side we have talked about transformation challenges and the policies. Other last question what I wanted to ask is whenever we think for innovation, we think like things will be economical. Are you getting my point? Transformation happened, challenges mitigated, policies are in place. So what would be the cost? What would be the cost of economy to adopt those innovations? So Abhishek is next to me and he always cursing me about the questions what I'm going to ask. But Abhishek, I know you are a digital guru and you always produce the very innovative products. So do you think so? Cost is one of the factor. Cost is one of the influencer to adopt the new technology, adopt the next level of innovation. What is your views on that?
Yes, Kapil, because in this panel, you and me come from the industry background, right? So by definition, business is to make profit, right? So definitely when I suggest to my organization any new technology to be adopted, it is my job to first convince them that it is just not that I want to create a fancy term and then show it, but there is a meaningful business benefit also that I have to show. So I will give you one example. If you are familiar with Dish TV, so we have more than 20 million subscribers across the country. तो जो हमारा कस्टमर है वो हमें कॉल करता है, बिकॉज आप अगर टीवी देखेंगे तो कोई प्रॉब्लम आ सकती है, आपको कनेक्शन में प्रॉब्लम आ सकती है, रिचार्ज में प्रॉब्लम आ सकती है. So we service our customers in 14 different languages. Traditional business model call center का क्या है कि एक जगह है, say if you are servicing your customers in Bengali, so my agents are sitting in West Bengal, or if I'm servicing my customers in Punjabi, most of the agents are in Punjab, or if they are in Hindi, then Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Delhi kind of a territory. So एक agency होगी, agency agent hire करेगी, and these agents will sitting in the office of the agency will be able to take the calls. Now we were looking for doing something on CSR, which is human centric. We were also working to use technology, which was now possible, and it should make business sense. So what we did, we said, let us involve student community and housewives who have time, say 3 hours, 4 hours in a day. वो लोग आराम से अपनी भाषा में बात कर सकते हैं, हिंदी, इंग्लिश, and we will train them virtually. उनको आने की जरूरत नहीं है, सबके पास आज मोबाइल है, कनेक्टिविटी है, तो वो 5 घंटे की ट्रेनिंग लेके they can attend my calls of the customer. And with this, students can earn pocket money. Housewife can easily make little more money. So this is just one example कि ना सिर्फ टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज किया society को, because students otherwise don't have an avenue to earn pocket money for 3 hours, 4 hours. They have to attend classes. Weekend पे time है, तो 7 दिन नहीं काम करना, 2 दिन काम करना. और business को क्या profit हुआ, जो call X rupees लगती थी, वो मेरी X by 10 होगी. So this is just one example. And but what I was thinking was कि if the students here अगर घर जाएंगे और स्टूडेंट या फैकल्टी पूछेगा कि भाई तुम सीख के क्या आए, सो आई डोंट नो कि जो हमने बातें करी उसमें से कितनी पॉइंट्स सबको समझ में आए, बट अगर आपको 3 की टेक अवे लेके जाने हैं फ्रॉम दिस होल 1 hour 2 hour you have spent here, and I will relate it to the 3 points I started my discussion with. So 3 पॉइंट क्या थे 5.0 के. Number 1 was human centric approach. जो भी हम करें वो human being को ध्यान में रखते हुए करें. Now how does it relate to you? I think when you will go out in industry or even in this academia, दो चीजें जो आप कर सकते हो. One is don't limit yourself to your classroom. You have a beautiful campus. You have the ability to talk to people from diverse strata. You have engineers, you have BBA students, BCom students, non-technical graduates. Try to interact with a lot of students from different courses, because when you are going into the industry, you will have a problem in engineering. You may not solve it, but if you know some friend from MIT who can solve this problem to you, you will have an helping hand. So that is one thing of human-centric approach जो आज आप कर सकते हो to be ready for 5.0. Second thing in human-centric approach जो मैंने देखा है, we fear to ask for help. So this is a habit you should cultivate. Assume and know that कि सब कुछ आप नहीं सीख सकते, but you can ask for help. Ask for help. So learn this key trait, because अगर आप जब job में भी जाओगे, many times you fail or I fail because मैं सिर्फ solutions खुद ढूंढता रहता हूँ. If I ask someone on my left or right, तो वो solution मिल जाता है. And my boss only bothers कि solution लेके आया कि नहीं लेके आया. So if you have to take key takeaway, human centered में दो चीजें मैंने आपको बताई. Second thing, if you remember the point which I talked about was about resilience, मतलब ability to bounce back. Now, mental faculty आप यहाँ पे develop कर रहे हो आज college में बैठ के, but are you equally focused on your health? We have all seen pandemic. We have all gone through tough time. So are you able to create a health routine for yourself? That requires some discipline. So remember that if you can have a health routine for yourself, 30 minutes बहुत है, and you can read about Google. I don't want to teach you about how to create health routine, but focus on that. That will help you to be resilient. Last point which I talked about was sustainability. Can you sustain the next 5 decades of your professional life? We talked about this industry 1.0, 2.0, 3.0. आपने देखा 1.0, 2.0, 3.0 में 100 साल का फर्क है. 4.0, 5.0 में 10 साल का फर्क है. तो शायद अपनी प्रोफेशनल लाइफ जो आप जीने वाले हो कॉलेज से बाहर निकल के ऐसे 5 या 6 रिवॉल्यूशंस आप देखने वाले हो. तो विल यू बी एबल टू रीलर्न वेरी फास्ट. तो जो बेसिक्स आज आप पढ़ रहे हो, चाहे जिस कोर्स के आप पढ़ रहे हो, चाहे वो अकाउंटिंग के हैं, चाहे वो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के हैं, बिजनेस के हैं, इंजीनियरिंग के हैं, लॉ के हैं, read them very carefully. Sometimes हमको लगता है यार ये चीज relevant नहीं है, but I'm telling you many of these things are relevant and it will come to your rescue when you actually face such problems. So अगर आप ये 3 चीजें भी इस सेकंड से आज लेके जाओगे, I think your time was worth it.
Excellent. I think Abhishek required round of applause. Good. Very well narrated. I mean, everyone is looking forward what all the key takeaways, and you have narrated very well. But before coming to you, another Abhishek, I will go to the Mayank because my question remains same, Mayank. One side we are talking about more innovation, transformation, and we are facing a lot of challenges as well. And you are into manufacturing. So for you, it's very challenging actually, looking at the market dynamics, competition. So how you are sustaining with the price point? Because industry 5.0 is talking about human, because the moment you load the manpower in your business, your cost will go up. So how you are sustaining?
Yeah. So particularly in manufacturing, innovation and technology can drastically reduce the cost. So we all must have read somewhere regarding the manufacturing technology innovation that Tesla is bringing to the world, right?
Even if you see the latest tweet of the Elon Musk, right? He talks straight away about the sustainability and the cost.
Exactly. So, I mean, it is highly impacting and reducing the cost drastically. So, in a straight, simple way. So, I mean, it is a direct correlation. If we implement the technology and implement the robotics, automation, along with the human interface or along with the humans being involved to continue that creativity and innovation and keep on improvising or making the system more efficient. I'm talking about the manufacturing system, making it more efficient and efficient. So it is automatically reducing the cost of the product.
Excellent.
Yeah.
That reminds me the story of Elon Musk. What happened is when they have created this EV thing, so he was the only manufacturer and he was not sharing this idea with anyone and he was not comfortable. Anybody was trying it, he was basically showing in the code. Later a stage, he realized that there is no much innovation left and he cannot reach to the entire world. So the 5.0 idea came in his mind. Let's open this API as a free API and collaborate with the other people, entire world. And that's why this started spreading and people were using his API and started doing development of the new innovation. That's what he is. He's a pure businessman. First of all, he was the first in this field, lasted in that field, and then he opened that field for the others so that he can create more competition and he can sell more cars in the different continent with the collaborative approach.
So another interesting story, particularly related to Tesla only. So when they started into manufacturing, so manufacturing was altogether a new ball game for Musk and the complete US industry, and Japan being the forefront leader of the manufacturing, particularly in the auto sector. So they, I mean, they acquired the first manufacturing plant from Toyota in United States, and they learned a lot from Toyota, and they reached out to Toyota officially and tried to learn how to manufacture at scale. And recently, I think this year itself, now Toyota is trying to learn from Tesla. So
Excellent.
that's how the technology and the innovation
Exactly.
has.
And that's a very collaborative approach. I mean,
Exactly.
that's a very open now. Good example. So with this, like I'm moving to Abhishek. So Abhishek, you are into CSR and we are talking about the economical products. So in your field, in CSR, money matters actually. Without that, you cannot sustain. Because if you're running a CSR initiative, so you need funding actually to run the CSR. How you are sustaining, how you are managing this part of it?
I was part of the CSR and every company has a assignment of the 2% of the net profit.
But it's not easy to get that. You have
No, I'm
to be
talking
very innovative.
मैं ये बता रहा था कि मैं CSR में था तो हमारे पास फंड थे, हम लोग आइडेंटिफाई करते थे और फिर उनको फंडिंग करते थे एक पैटर्न के ऊपर में। आज मैं कॉर्पोरेट में नहीं हूँ, मैं खुद से एक रूरल एरियाज में प्रोजेक्ट चला रहा हूँ और ये सेल्फ सस्टेनेबल प्रोजेक्ट है जिसमें महिलाओं को हम लोग स्किल करते हैं, वो प्रोडक्ट्स बनाती है, मार्केट में सेल होता है, उसमें प्रॉफिट आता है, 95 वो रखती हैं, 5 रुपए हम रखते हैं, तो ये पूरा और उनका अपलिफ्टमेंट होता रहता है। सो वी बिलीव इन दैट। हम लोगों को लगता है कि जिसमें रेवेन्यू ना हो वो सिर्फ चैरिटी बन के रह जाता है, फिर वो जैसे ही इवेंट खत्म होता है वो प्रोग्राम खत्म हो जाता है। तो कोई भी सोशल डेवलपमेंट हो उसके लिए रेवेन्यू जनरेशन होना चाहिए, उसमें रेवेन्यू मॉडल होना चाहिए जिससे कि उनका वेलफेयर हो, वो सस्टेन कर सके। तो हमारे प्रोजेक्ट्स में रेवेन्यू मॉडल है जिसमें हम महिलाओं को ट्रेनिंग देते हैं, महिलाएं उससे प्रोडक्ट्स बनाती हैं, हम उनका नेटवर्क तैयार करते हैं, वो मार्केट प्रोडक्ट्स में जाते हैं, मार्केट में जाते हैं, मार्केट से सेल होता है, वो महिलाएं कमाती हैं और ये पूरा जो बिजनेस मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम है वो चलता है। हम लोगों का टारगेट ये है कि प्रोस्पेरिटी के लिए लोग बोलते हैं कि इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन होना चाहिए और गरीबी हटाने के लिए और फैक्ट्रियां लगानी चाहिए, लेकिन अल्टीमेटली फ्लो ऑफ द मनी जो है वो शहरों से गांवों की तरफ जाता है। मोस्टली गांवों से शहर की तरफ जो पैसा है वो नहीं बहता, गांवों से सिर्फ वो अनाज आते हैं जिसपे बचत शायद 1-2% ना कई बार मोस्टली घाटे में जाती है। तो हम लोग उस तरह का सिस्टम सस्टेनेबिलिटी डेवलप करना चाहते हैं ताकि वहां पे अब जो पैसा है वो शहरों से गांवों में जाए। शहरों से गांवों में तब जाएगा जब उनके पास कुछ प्रोडक्शन होगा। तो वो जो कॉस्मेटिक्स बना रही है, कुछ भी बना रहे हैं, उसको कैसे मार्केट में लाए ताकि शहर के लोग और दूसरे जो वेल ऑफ लोग हैं उनके थ्रू हम गांव में कैसा पैसा जाए, उसके लिए हम लोग इस इकोनॉमी में डेवलपमेंट कर रहे हैं ताकि जो फ्लो है टुवर्ड्स मतलब पैसा गांव की तरफ जाना चाहिए और गांव से शहर की तरफ आना चाहिए। इसके
With this note, like I am running out of my questions, but I will definitely like to have your view, ma'am.
Thank you so much. As I said earlier, it's challenging times but again, endless possibilities and opportunities. Having said that, I always reaffirm, I work a lot in the area of sustainability, and this is something I reaffirm that we need to be sustainable in whatever we do. And the business processes that we set up, Industry 5.0 notwithstanding, any business process that we set up, that we think about, has to be sustainable. You were asked a question, can we be economical? Probably not. It will be in the long run, but probably not. When you buy a Tesla, you probably will spend $80,000 to, $100,000. But then in the long run, that's a one-time investment, but in the long run, sustainable. So yes, don't look for economy if you want to be sustainable. Short term, no. Long term, definitely yes. And we should not be looking at it only from a dollar perspective or a rupees perspective. I think it's more important to see what is the world that we are leaving for our future generations. And we have something to give to the society at best, It's not just that we're earning for ourselves. When we live, when we inhabit the planet that we live on, we have a responsibility towards this particular planet, which has allowed us to live on this planet for so long. And that's why we need to take care of it. And if we don't take care of it, nobody else will. That's the reason why I always reinforce anything that we do. So it's not only that the manufacturers and the producers need to be sustainable in the business processes. They may produce all kinds of sustainable products, but if we don't consume those sustainable products, even if they are a slightly higher value, what do the marketers do? What do the producers do? They go back to producing unsustainable products eventually. So again, as I said, that we need to be partners in making the world a more sustainable place.
I think this panel needs a round of applause. And so now it's time for answering your questions. So floor is open for question answer. If you have any questions, we are here. You can ask anything. Anybody like to ask anything? Superb. I think, okay. Anybody's there? Okay, I can see one hand, yeah. There. Okay, you want to ask, okay. Now I can see few hands. Okay, one or two. Okay.
My question is that we talked about industry 5.0. So how will it impact the education sector? Like how will students, our learning get impacted by it in the coming times?
Can you name the person who can answer? Okay, you want to answer?
बॉस मैंने थोड़ा सा इसका आंसर दिया था, शायद आप पीछे बैठे थे, मेरी आवाज पहुंची नहीं आप तक. सो पहली बात तो आपको ये समझने की जरूरत है कि आपका की टेक अवे क्या है, जो मैंने अभी एक्सप्लेन किया था. बट नेवरदलेस आई थिंक यू एज अ स्टूडेंट राइट नाउ, you know,
Yes,
Academy 5.0, one of the things you are doing good is you are in the session. So at least आपको पता लगा कि industry 5.0 है क्या. Many of the colleagues who are not there are not. So the whole point is about doing new things, keeping in mind the human aspect, the sustainable aspect, and the resilience. So I was looking at some kind of innovation that the students have done here. So fantastic. I think some of them were on the agricultural side. So you guys are doing great job and continue to do that.
Yes, thank you, sir.
So I think we can have two more questions. Ma'am, can you ask your question?
Thank you so much. You have shared a lot of good thoughts and very nice information. And my question is, which is of concern, especially to all the panel members and especially to Mayank, to Mr. Mayank. So that, and when we talk about like production of EV vehicles and all are, so though they are eco-friendly and, you know, industry, when we talk about that, you know, urban area, particularly to the cities, so they take care to the pollution and all other aspects too. But when we talk about the manufacturing, like, you know, wherever the units are being manufactured, particularly the batteries. So there it's a point of, they are, you know, somewhere at the, you know, maybe in the rural area or maybe some of the very secured area, which is there, the point of concern is, and there the emission of the pollution is very significant. Somehow when we say, yeah, they cope up with the urban needs and to reduce the pollution, but at somehow at the rural area, when we wherever it is being manufactured, that's a point of concern because the emission is quite high. And when we talk about carbon emission, it's very significant. So how when we talk about sustainability on one end, where it cope up with the problem of, you know, urban area, on the other hand, generate the problems to the earth. So what is your opinion on this aspect?
What a nice question. In a way, like we are moving toward the sustainability. Like we have introduced the electric vehicle. Let's say the initiation of the electric vehicle in the Indian market was through e-rickshaw segment, which was long back, I think 2011, I guess. So in 2010 or 11, this electric vehicle with e-rickshaws were introduced in India. And initially those vehicles, and still in many states and majority states, those vehicles are being run with lead acid batteries. So the particular emission that you were referring to, I'm sure you were referring to the lead acid battery vehicles, because those vehicles are being made in such setups and they do emit certain fumes and emissions while operations. But now, as in when we are moving towards the future of electric vehicles, so already government has already put up a lot of policies and testings and regulations. For example, recently there was an introduction of phase 2 of AS 16, which was particularly for the battery manufacturing as well as battery chemistry and battery technology, and it talks about the safety aspect of the battery as well as the manufacturing aspect as well as the operations part, right? So through government policies, already India is moving towards the sustainability aspect as well as safety in terms of operation as well as manufacturing part. And I don't know whether you are aware or not, but Delhi is the first state wherein the lead acid batteries have been banned from the EV segment. So in Delhi, no vehicle can be registered with lead acid batteries. So similarly, we are expecting more and more states to come forward and put a stop to such emission of battery packs through the use of lead acid batteries. So this is just one example in terms of the battery pack. Apart from that, there are a lot of other components which do create waste or do produce waste which is not eco-friendly. So there are checks and measures to regulate all those waste also. So government is already working on making regulations and frameworks. So I think with time, when the industry evolves, so these all points will be taken care very well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, ma'am, for answering very well. And we'll take a last question from him and then we'll end up. Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. My question was based upon actually one of the opening remarks that was said, and that was only 40% of the population is digitized, right? And I assume that that is also the case for the manufacturing sector that was targeted by Industry 4.0. And Industry 4.0 was released at least 12 years ago, if I'm right about that.
Right.
And now that Industry 5.0 is being released, do we expect it to come out and be implemented sooner than Industry 4.0, or is it going to take even more time than what was taken?
So people are much aware. It's a very relevant question. And see, if you see the 4.0 to the 5.0 transformation, it's a very fast actually. So after AI and the chatbot, robotics, and a lot of automation, we see future actually. So like I am expecting a next level of a revolution may come faster. But for your information, any revolution take minimum 5 years for the sustainability. I mean, by the time you realize the problem, issues, and the ways of working, and it should not get over. Then the right time is after 5 years to implement it. So you have to give another 5 years to basically run through it. So minimum, I expect like 10 years to run that, right? So that's the period what I'm looking for.
Can I actually add on to the question if I can? So as we know that technology is developing at a very rapid pace. These revolutions, as you said, it took 100 years. Now it's being done in only 10. And if we progress at this pace, it could come in the next 5 years. So what could be the implications of this Industry 5.0 already being outdated by the time Industry 6.0 comes out in the next 5 years? Please?
Kapil, I'll just request you to, wrap up the session soon. We can just, yes.
As we came close to the end of this session, it's important for us to reflect back, remember the insights shared by our esteemed panelists. We'll just sum up in a one line that we all need to focus on to delivering the customer value, promote talents, diversity and improvement. Industry 5.0, as per the discussion, will definitely bring the human, social and environmental dimensions back into the one equation. So for this, I'll take a thank note to overcome with the Nidhi ma'am to make a vote of thanks further.
It was indeed a very enlightening session. With this, I would like to request Dr. Ruchi Khandelwal, ma'am, Deputy Director, ASB, to present a memento as a token of thanks to our session chair, Mr. Kapil Mehrotra, Chief Information Officer, Dhanuka Agritech. I would like invite Dr. Swati and Dr. Jyoti to join. Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights.
A huge round of applause for them, please.
I would request Dr. Ruchi Khandelwal to present memento to our eminent panelist, Mr. Abhishek Gupta, Chief Information Officer, Dish TV. Thank you, sir, for such an enlightening session. I would request Dr. Ruchi ma'am to present token of thanks to our next panelist. I would also like to invite Dr. Sunishta, Dr. Jyoti, Dr. Swati to join us to present the memento to Mr. Abhishek Kumar, founder, U-Turn for Nature. Thank you, sir, for your sharing your valuable thoughts. Now I would like to request Ruchi ma'am to present a token of thanks along with our team, Dr. Harpone, Dr. Sunishta, Dr. Ruchi, Dr. Swati, to present a memento to Mr. Mayank Jain, founder and CEO, ICEIL Electric, for an enlightening session. Thank you all for sparing your valuable time from your busy schedule and enlighten us on a theme, an Industry 5.0, a roadmap for value-driven business sustainability. I would also like to acknowledge our gratitude to Honorable Founder President Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan sir, Chancellor Dr. Atul Chauhan sir for giving us this platform, our Vice Chancellor ma'am, Professor Balvinder Shukla, Conference Chair, Dr. Sujata Khandai ma'am, Deputy Dean Academics and Session in Charge for her continuous guidance and motivation for such events. I must thank the session coordinators, Dr. Sunishta, Dr. Swati Mittal, Dr. Jyoti Chauhan, Dr. Harpone Singh for working hard for the past few months to make this event successful. A special thanks to our session moderator, Dr. Ruchi Khandelwal, to be a part of our panel discussion. I would also like to thank our program leaders, faculties, CRC team and IT team, our supporting staff, and a special thanks to Mr. Vijay Suyal. At last, I would like to thank all the student coordinators for their untiring efforts and our student audience for active participation. Thank you to ICEIL team and our ASB student coordinators for your continuous efforts. Thank you everyone for being here. Our special thanks to our sponsor KR Papers and a special thank to Mr. Madan Agarwal for sponsoring this event.
It is a great pleasure of us to open the panel discussion of the 5th International Conference on Entrepreneurship, Innovation and Leadership 2023.
I, Saran MK, MBA student at CII School of Logistics with my co-host Pankuri Diman, welcome the esteemed speakers and listeners who have gathered over here to exchange the spirit of knowledge and collaboration by setting the stage for a day of profound insights and meaningful discussion. Your presence here underscores our shared commitment to excellence and progress. And we are excited to embark on this journey of learning and innovation together.
In the words of Tom Peters, leaders win through logistics. Vision, sure. Strategy, yes. But when you go to war, you need to have both groceries and bullets in the right place at the right time. That is why there is never enough discussion on the supply chain and logistics domain. In an era of rapid technological advancement and digital transformation, Industry 5.0 stands as the next frontier, heralding a new era of collaboration between humans and machines. Today, we gather to explore the disruptive potential, challenges, and opportunities that Industry 5.0 brings to the forefront of our industry.
The CII School of Logistics, Amity University, is proud to conduct this panel discussion at this year's mega event conference of ICEIL 2023. Amity is an institution driven towards excellence, leadership, and research. And the CII School of Logistics is the first ever industry-led logistics and supply chain business school in India. The curriculum is designed and developed by industry experts with academic framework to mentor and train the students rigorously and carve them to be industry ready with global standards.
The collaboration between CII and Amity University is one of its kind. Owing to the strategy and visionary leadership of our respected founder president, Sir Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, our dynamic chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, Sir, our vice chancellor, Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla, ma'am. The CII Institute of Logistics is a platform to create and share intellectual capital for reducing transaction cost and improving competitiveness, in the process, nurturing the skills of logisticians. For over a decade now, CII Institute of Logistics, the country's premier center of excellence in logistics and supply chain management, has enabled several exemplary success stories in logistics. The vision is led by Mr. K.V. Mahidhar, sir, Head and Managing Director of CII Institute of Logistics, Dr. K. Bhanumati, ma'am, Chief Operating Officer of CII Institute of Logistics, and Dr. Anita Kumar, ma'am, Director of CII School of Logistics, Amity University.
We are privileged and delighted to have our director, ma'am, Dr. Anita Kumar, with us. With a career spanning over a decade, ma'am boasts a robust background in middle and senior management roles across diverse sectors, including distribution, retail, and supply chain management within the FMCG, food, and pharmaceutical industry. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your presence. Before we begin the panel discussion, we would like to introduce our distinguished speaker of the session and request Anita, ma'am, to felicitate our guest with saplings.
The session chair, Mr. Jignesh Vasani, sir. Mr. Jignesh Vasani holds the position Mr. Jignesh Vasani holds the position of Vice President at FAR-I, specializing in the realm of digital logistics with a distinguished career spanning over 2 decades. He has displayed an unwavering commitment to innovating practical solutions. His expertise extends to the development of cutting-edge technological products, encompassing domains like deep learning, machine learning, and blockchain.
Janganathan sir is unable to join us, is unable to join us because of some emergency. And we also have Captain Jatin Sharma sir with us. Join us today for discussion. Captain Jatin Sharma sir is a logistics professional trained in the Indian Army. He has inimitable experience of being an officer of the Indian Army, corporate executive at Mahindra Logistics and MJ Logistics, and founder of a firm in the business of people logistics. Having handled profiles in operations and sales and managed execution as an entrepreneur, he holds a holistic perspective towards the growth and maturity of logistics in India. Captain Jatin Sharma sir is a government certified supply chain professional and has done an executive MBA from IIM Lucknow. He also holds an advanced certificate in SCM from CII Institute of Logistics.
We also have Dr. Rahul Altekar, sir, with us. Sir has dedicated most of his education towards mastering in the field of logistics and supply chain management. He's currently holding 23 years of experience in supply chain. He has completed a PhD in supply chain optimization from IIM Mumbai and is also a Scrum Master. Sir is currently the director at SAP. Sir has also been vice president at ICEIL Aegis India and director at JDA Software. He has been successfully achieving new insight in the field of mixing education with experience. Let's have a huge round of applause for all the panelists here today. We request ma'am to carry forward with the session.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my pleasure and privilege to welcome our esteemed guests from the industry on the dais and my faculty members and very dear students of the dais. To this track of CI School of Logistics, Intelligent Ecosystem for Agile Supply Chains of the Industry 5.0. I will also be moderating the panel discussion after the speakers have presented their thoughts. But before we start with the session, I would like to add my 2 cents to the topic. I find this terminology, Industry 5.0, very, very interesting, as we seem to be moving at a very fast pace from Industry 4.0 to 5.0 in a very short span of just 10 years. If you look at the chronology, the evolution of industry, right, has been a long and a fascinating journey, with every stage marked by very distinct advancements and innovations in manufacturing. From the first industrial revolution that probably began 300 years back to every stage that has been characterized by its own unique set of developments. If you look at industry 1.0, I would not get into the details here, but if you look at industry 1.0, which began in the early 18th century, marked by the transition from the handcrafted industry to the assembly lines and manufacturing technologies. Then came industry 2.0, marked by implementation of electricity in production and invention of assembly line and lean production systems. And you will be very surprised to know industry 3.0 started as recently as in the 1970s with computers and the programmable assembly line productions, again, which could be CNC controlled, right? And we are in the era of industry 4.0. And if you think these technologies are technologies of the future, no. We are all using AI. We are all familiar with VR. When we book our, Olas or Ubers, we are talking about artificial intelligence. We are all IoT connected. All our devices are connected, right? So this chronology seems to be very interesting here. If you look at this chronology, industry 1.0 to 2.0, almost 200 years. 2.0 to 3.0, almost 100 years. And then 2.0 to 3.0, just 50 years, right? And then 3.0 to 4.0, maybe just about 25 years. And now we are already talking about 5.0, which is the 10 years. So I find this evolution very, very interesting. And industry 5.0 is pitched to be the next stage. How many of you are using chat GPTs? Interesting. And that would probably be generative AI, right? We are talking about industry 5.0 here. So what is interesting and different probably, and we'll explore these themes, is that, these advanced technologies are going to be compatible with human beings or incompatible. These are some of the questions that we will be exploring during the session. I'll not take much of your time, and I would like to invite esteemed sessions. I would like to introduce the themes. The transition from 4.0 to 5.0, and is the Indian supply chain and logistics sector ready? The next is Industry 5.0 and its applications in supply chain and logistics sectors for advanced growth and profitability. Intelligent ecosystems and augmented realities impacted by the organizational workforce. And of course, the impact of Industry 5.0 on supply chain agility, on enhanced order visibility and demand management, right? So I promise you this session is going to be very, very exciting because we have experts here, and please feel free to ask questions after the speakers have put their thoughts forward. So first I would like to invite Mr. Jignesh to present his thoughts on Industry 5.0 technologies. Welcome, sir. Yes.
Hello. Can I ask you, or can I request you before I begin the session? I want all of those who are sitting behind, please can you come and fill the chairs in front? It'll be nice. Yeah. Please, they'll be very nice if you can come in front. There's a lot of places empty over here. And they're not meant for VIPs, by the way. They're meant for the VIP that is you.
When you are at the back, you're not seeing, but you know, the eye goes to the back.
Yeah, I know. I'm aware of it, but yeah, they can hear also because the sound travels all the way. Okay. Yeah. Okay, let's begin. How many of you know what is Industry 4.0? You can raise your hands. Industry 4.0. Shall we start with Industry 4.0 rather than 5.0? Okay, Industry 3.0. Let's say how many of you know Industry 3.0? Okay, wonderful. There's one gentleman who knows 3.0. Okay, I'll stick to the topic. Sorry for the digressions and all those things. But so what happened was, it happens every day. In fact, when I go home and I, reach home and my wife is there and I say, hey, her name is Neha. So I say, hey, Neha, you know what happened in the office today? And she says, yeah, I know. This is what happened. This is what happened. This is how it is. And you need this thing right now. The food is ready. Please get started over there. I'm like, do you have a chip in my brain that, really kind of, you read my mind in that fashion there, where you know everything that I really want to say, I don't want to say, and what I want as well. So that is how I was like completely flabbergasted over there. But then I realized that what really happens is that the 5.0 that we keep talking about is going to be something similar. Okay. So again, now I'll go back to one of my favorite personality, which happens to be Einstein. And Einstein once said that, knowledge is not, intelligence is not knowledge. Intelligence is imagination. And for me, what really I look at it as 5.0 is imagination. You imagine and that'll happen. It's like you have a genie with you who can, or like Avengers, I'm sure everybody knows, right? So like a Thanos, you just do a finger, this thing, and that's it, it happens. So when Industry 3.0, 4.0, whatever, there came a lot of standardization. There came like everybody needs to wear, shirts. Everybody needs to wear such a certain amount of clothes. Everybody needs to have same watch. Watch will be very similar to everybody, right? It came through these revolutions. Prior to that, what used to happen was that a king will say, hey, I want a chariot, and the chariot will be built for him exactly the way he wants it. But it can't be mass produced. Okay. So in the process, when we wanted to do all mass production and everything, we made machines, we made everything which was absolutely what you call standardized. fantastic. Today also we talk about it. Hey, let's standardize these things, let's standardize that thing. But then as the thing progressed, okay, we want now we have grown, we're more intelligent now. We have seen and we are empowered also. We want, I want a particular blue shirt which is not there with anybody. Okay, I want a specific glass rims. Okay, because that I believe that it goes with my personality, right? Now that customization, that era of mass production, that era of machines, and yet catering to individuals over there is what 5.0 is beginning to. Okay, it'll understand, it'll profile a person, it'll understand that how your behaviors are, and it'll make sure that everything is catered to you even before you can probably think of. That is what we're talking about 5.0. Now, while doing this is a great idea, that human collaboration, you understand humans, you know everything, and we make everything specific. By the time I reach home, my exact coffee with the right temperature, everything is ready. Forget that. What I want to write to my customer also is ready for me. And in going forward, probably it'll be written and send it also, and I'll just get an acknowledgement. Don't worry, your work is done. You can relax, and exactly how it is to be done, it is done. All I have to do is imagine what I want to do. And, I have it in front of me, how to do it. But that's not the story. That's just one part of the entire 5.0 is. And I think, and this is my personal feeling, and that is that this is still a, periphery. Okay. The real thing is that while all these industry revolutions were fantastic for all of us, okay, what really happened was we abused Mother Nature like anything. Okay. And 5.0 is about Mother Nature. Okay. 5.0 is about how we make all these things, yet making sure that we're not abusing this planet Earth anymore. It's just blasphemous to do that. That is where we're leading towards. So while all these things is great, you're going to have all these things, but the technology that makes sure that sustains the world is the technology of future, or process of the future, or concepts of the future. And when you guys are thinking, when you go out and you think, right, you should put this as your topmost layer. Okay, it doesn't matter if technology doesn't happen, but this has to be topmost layer, that you're going to sustain the earth, you're going to sustain Mother Earth, we're going to live with nature, not we're going to modify the nature anymore. Okay, that's where it is. So when it comes to application, there are a lot of applications we do. I mean, at our organization also, we do a lot of stuff like that, where we ensure that, if a particular packet is to be delivered in 3 kilometers, the driver should not travel 100 kilometers to deliver that. Simple things I'm talking about, right? Such simple things will start coming up. It will be delivered with the right experience, with the customized experience, but yet it will be delivered in such a way that it is optimized precisely and properly. So that's where the industry is going towards. Now, Anita ma'am asked a lot of questions, and there are like a lot of thought process which we will cover, I guess, because it's impossible for me to cover all those aspects, and maybe Jatin and Rahul can cover a lot of stuff over there. But my conclusion is that these two things, human collaboration, that is how human works and assist human in every possible way. Up till now it was machine, now it's humans. And second is, I will leave the thought in your mind on sustainability, which is basically ensuring that whatever we do is done, or whatever technology is there is done in a manner where sustainability, which is basically not abusing Mother Earth anymore. Simple as that. Right? So I'll conclude with that. Thank you so much for being patient and listening to me. I don't know whether my 10 minutes are over, but I think I'm done with this subject. And I think my main message is, let's move towards this sustainability and make sure that we derive maximum out of this environment without abusing it. That's it. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now can we please have Captain Jatin Sharma on the podium?
Thank you, Dr. Anita, for giving me this opportunity again. Thank you, CII. I think this topic today is something that I had not spent time on, but thanks to this conference today and this topic that came up, that I had to, go back to academic knowledge, theoretical knowledge, and see, what is really happening. And the one thing that I want to say to all of you, that there's a lot of good news coming your way. So when you go out after this session, you need to believe that there's good stuff happening, and Industry 5.0 and Supply Chain 5.0 is for all of you. Why do I say that? The previous speakers just covered, a lot about Industry 1.0, 2.0, 3.0. I think it's relevant for us to talk about 4.0 because that's the preceding one, where everybody started talking about, what's going to happen with all these technological advancements in manufacturing. Everybody's talking about technology, everybody's talking about artificial intelligence, machine learning, models based on data. Are we as humans going to become irrelevant? I mean, where is all of this headed, right? Logistics and supply chain management was supposed to be a human heavy function. It was always a touch and feel function where we thought that people like us needed to be present to ensure that products and services were delivered at the right place at the right time. But then Industry 4.0 came in, a lot of robotics, a lot of automation and machinery came in, and we all thought that this is going to reduce the amount of human capital involvement in supply chain management and logistics. What Industry 5.0 is doing for you is bringing you back into the scene. Am I clear? We are coming back into the scene, and in the next 5 minutes, I'm going to try to explain to you how that's going to happen. Let's just try and put Industry 4.0 in perspective to say that, we understood that throughputs increased when we talk of supply chain management. A lot of data became available, right? A lot of processes got automated. A lot of new technologies people started talking about in a warehouse, right? In transportation, we started talking about transportation management systems, Internet of Things, telematics. All of that was exchanging a lot of information and data and making it available to us. But I think the problem lies in making good use of that data. I've been using GPS systems myself, and the industry has been extensively using such like softwares, but are we able to get the right output out of that software to be able to put it to good use? And that's where we've understood now that Industry 4.0 needs an edge, and that edge is cognitive superiority. Cognitive superiority is one aspect of artificial intelligence and machine learning which can't depend solely on historical data. You all are going to be very, very important because you're the people who are going to use that data and come out with relevant, actionable inputs. Right? I'm trying to simplify this concept for you so that we understand that it's not just about these technologies, but it's about us who will now collaborate with these technologies to bring out the right results. What does that mean? It means that you all will now have to have analytical thinking. You all will now have to have great capability of crunching data. We've been talking about softwares like Power BI, there's Tableau. Those softwares, I believe, are a part of your curriculum as well, right? But if we talk of Tableau, it's doing great depiction of data, but you need a human mind to actually look at that data and create a decision. That decision, like the previous speaker said, not just has to support higher throughput and productivity, but we also have to look at sustainability. Right? So machines by themselves, it's very difficult. It's like we create a data model and we try to ask that data model to give us an output to say how sustainable Or what kind of, carbon footprint is that decision going to have? Those kind of models are not available. What are we going to do? You and me are going to look at that data and decide, how is it going to affect the society? How is it going to affect my carbon footprint? How sustainable is this decision going to be? And then more than that, what is also happening is mass customization and mass specialization. Last thing that I want to cover is what is the implication of that on supply chain management, right? So while Industry 4.0 and Supply Chain 4.0 brought in a lot of standardization, they brought in a lot of systems and processes, COVID came in. What did COVID do? Do we all understand that? It sent our demand forecasting for totally lost. The data that was available, the historical data that was available for all these years became redundant. What is now happening in the economy, in our tastes and preferences post-COVID is very different from what it was in 2019 and before, right? So now what are we saying? That we have artificial intelligence, we have machine learning, but we don't have relevant data because it's just been, you never know when that thing is going to come back. If a machine can't predict it, who can? A human mind. So the capability of a human mind is being brought back into action. We need to learn how to collaborate with all the machines that Industry 4.0 brought into the ecosystem, the supply chain ecosystem and the logistics ecosystem. And now the ball is in your court. The ball now is in your court. What are you going to do with those systems? What kind of decisions you are going to take with respect to your inventory levels, with respect to your warehousing practices, with respect to your transportation practices? How is it that you're going to decide and take calls which are sustainable and which support mass customization? I think that's what I expect the session to also be about, and we'll discuss it in more detail. Before I go back to the dais, coming from the forces, we've lost, I've lost some very close colleagues a few days back. You would have heard in the newspapers and you would have heard in the news. So humble request to keep them in your thoughts today after the session. I think that's the least we guys can do sitting outside. It's pretty tough out there. And I hope Supply Chain 5.0 and Industry 5.0 can also make lives of soldiers easier. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Captain. I would now like to call Dr. Rahul Altekar on the podium.
That is better, na? Matlab, quickly we can.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you very much, CI Institute of Logistics, Dr. Anita Kumar. Also, my sincere gratitude and thanks to MIT University for giving me an opportunity to come here and interact with you all here. It's really a great pleasure to see the post-lunch sessions and, before even start anything, I could remember the professor's statement. I was checking with him that how many people will turn up for this session. And we had little, kind of a not AI, but what I called is called OI, original intelligence, right? So that is a human. And professor was telling me capacity might be whatever, but we will get at least 50 people. So I think first let's give him a big hand that OI is still great. We already talked about what is industry 4.5 and 5 point whatever 0 and all those stuff. Let's look at the topic which has been given to me for the next 8 minutes. What I would like to take you through is the perceptions and the overall kind of an I would say the disruptions which are happening on the two areas of supply chain. One is demand management and other is the order management. That's a topic which has been given to me. So traditionally, if you look at this supply chain which is in front of you, everyone knows about it, right? It was much more very long kind of an supply chain, and it was more related to typically operations management and later on related to the logistics management, right? The fundamental things which in last 10 to 15 years which are changing, that our supply chain function is becoming a sales function. This is what I want to submit it to you. So one side, when you look at the technology, also try to see the domain of the supply chain itself is evolving and it is becoming much more boundaryless. Now, for example, till yesterday, when you see a supply chain manager, the inventory was either a bliss or a curse. But today, supply chain manager sees inventory is a stream of revenue, right? So that particular kind of an perception change is very, very critical. And that is a prerequisite for us to understand what is industry 5.0 and then the demand management and then the order management part of it. Okay. Few interesting things which are happening around us, which all we are aware of. There is a heavy disruption in the consumer demand, right? I mean, to be very honest with you, any sector, retail sector, it could be manufacturing sector, automobile sector, cement sector, FMCG sector, hospitality sector, airline sector, anything for that matter, a barber ka dukan also, anything. The only thing which you can hear around is, I don't know how much business I will do. I mean, that's what basically the disruption which is happening around us. So when we talk about industry 5.0, we have to also see the disruption which is coming in the demand space because of industry 5.0. So because industry 5.0 is not only for industry, it is also for the consumers. The type of decisions which consumer take, those things are also changing, which is creating a lot of, you can say, uncertainty. And we all aware that term what we call as an VUCA world, right? So a lot of vulnerability, lot of ambiguity, and etc. So how to manage those things is actually one of the critical kind of an application of AIML or automation or whatever you can say, industry 5.0 tools. What should be the thought process? The thought process for India, probably one slide which is here, I'm not sure whether you are able to see it properly, but it talks about there are kind of an cities which are actually becoming the countries, right? The states are already become the country. Your Uttar Pradesh state is equivalent to many countries in the world, right? Similarly, there are cities are now beating the countries. So you can imagine the type of, changes which are happening around us. The next point basically is all around the consumer itself, right? The segmentation of the consumer, that the new kind of an test and habits which are coming up and people are actually nurturing those habits. Now, for example, there are few companies, especially the retail companies, the garment, fashion companies, they have understood there is an heavy sentiment analysis, or you can say the heavy influence is happening in the social media. So somebody is talking on the WhatsApp and somebody is guiding on the WhatsApp is going to actually determine whether I will be able to sell my shirt, trouser or not. Now that particular kind of an perception analysis, that particular type of a, you can say the entire consumer segmentation and the sentiments need to get captured. That's a crux of this entire demand vulnerability. But how to do it? So today, we don't have any kind of a dearth of the data as such. Huge data lakes. Technology will definitely bless you with the way in which you want to store the data. Absolutely no dearth on that. Multiple types of data will be visible to you, correct? All authenticated data also might come to you. The only thing is how I can use that data. Now, very interestingly, I heard Captain saying that there are companies which are really contemplating pre-COVID, post-COVID. You have a huge data pre-COVID, which is not usable in the post-COVID. But interestingly, the AIML can use the data which is pre-COVID also. The reason is wrong data is also data. No data is also data. Zero data is also data. And that's what we have to learn in the industry 5.0. Absence of something is also presence, like the presence. And that's what the legal term, I mean, I don't know whether how many of you really know the legal things. In the legal, it is very clearly said, doing something and abstain of doing something, both are called as an act. Both are punishable. So that's what exactly you can see the holistic knowledge which we have traditionally in some other discipline, maybe something called as an philosophy or a LLB or etc. That is becoming much more relevant in supply chain now. So for example, when I get a 000, I know it's a wrong data, but that's a data because there is some kind of an improvement which I have to do that I'm not able to capture some signals. Right? And who else than the, kind of a defense person can understand this better, that signals are not coming itself is a big signal, right? So those are all you can look at, I mean, what I mean is we started thinking like everybody now. We started thinking like a soldier. We started thinking like a lawyer. Please understand, that is industry 5.0. And that's what exactly you are expected to be working now. You are the one, you are a CA, you are an engineer, you are a truck driver, you are also a soldier, you are a cook, everyone. Now that is called multiple. That is what is exactly expectation from a human. Otherwise, machines are doing the job. If you are not like that, then machine will replace you. That's a big kind of an, I'm not threatening, but that's what the facts which we have to admit also. Okay, from the demand side of it, just kind of giving you the crux of the message. Today the industries are not at all following that traditional, remember old time series kind of a model of exponential smoothing and the Holt winter model and trend analysis and the seasonality and all those things have gone. 40 to 70% of the business is called predictable business. That is also where you are getting a lot of contribution, more than 50%. And you have a lot of, let's say 10, 15 years of business, whatever you can say, if I don't want to take a name of the company, but let us say a glucose biscuit. So many years I'm selling, right? Butter, right? The kind of an bread, cakes, or maybe, kind of a car of 800cc. So many years I'm selling. There is a pattern which I could see, but that is only predictable for the next cycle is only 50 to 60 to 70. If you are lucky, it is 80%. Everywhere there is a vulnerability element of minimum 20% to maximum 80% is got introduced. And it is, everyone is becoming a retail fashion now. Everybody is talking a season now. All the companies have started talking, color companies, for example, right? Color manufacturing company, they are saying it's a season for us. Now, how to really, kind of forecast the demand is only way is that is AIML. You can definitely use your traditional models, but basically what you have to actually look at is more than that. Okay? That's one part of it. Coming to order management, I don't want to, really say anything. I just want to show you one video. Let's say Amazon, everyone knows about it, correct? Amazon is typically something like a retail consumerism in the online way, which we have seen, right? We all our grocery products, all our whatever you can say, the typical fashion products, whatever consumables or whatever personal care products, we all started buying. In fact, people started buying FMCD product also, right? Television, mobile phones, refrigerator, everything is coming, kind of an online. So we are habituated with that particular kind of a thing. And the companies need to manage the orders, basically live orders. For example, one of the e-tailing kind of an company handles 50,000 orders a day. You can imagine those many orders at something which is at a very low kind of an season. In the peak, that might go to about 2.5 lakh orders, consumer orders a day. Minimum 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, 7,000 truckloads a day. That is what is the companies are now venturing into. So many orders I need to manage, correct? But ever can we really think that the industries like a steel industry is more like a commodity industry, like let's say aluminum for that matter, or a zinc or something like that. Can they also become Amazon? Is there any pressure on them? They're the B2B highest safe kind of an industry. I know I have to give it to certain kind of an auto company. I have to give it to certain railways or something. I'm a very B2B type of a person. My business is more like an professionals are interacting with me. I have no dearth of that so-called consumer, like a typical example of Amazon, where you, me, age of 16 years, boy can also, log in. A girl of 12 years is buying a lipstick, right? And unka sabka nakhra, if I really use that word as a consumer, what do you mean by nakhra? 6 different types of order status. I have booked but not confirmed. I have booked, confirmed but not bought. I have not paid. So many nakhras are there, right? To result it into revenue. Now, at least when I sell steel, at least when I sell my zinc or certain kind of an commodities, at least I deal with the professional MBA people there, right? The procurement person is an MBA. He understands business. I understand business. The life is safe, right? Order management should be safe. So with that note, I just want to show you one video. I hope the sound is okay. नहीं आ रहा.
Hi friend, I'm very happy to announce that we at Funding have launched a digital platform in the name of Evolve to service our customers. The feature of this platform is that we can book smallest tonnage at a live price in INR.
Zinc has just launched Evolve. Evolve is based on SAP, and all of us are looking to the non-ferrous buyer completely with a different attitude and a different service level. As a non-ferrous buyer, you come to Evolve. With 3 clicks, you can buy. You can get the prices in Indian rupees, while these metals are normally benchmarked to delivery prices. And you can choose your delivery dates. And this entire experience will give you a completely new way of dealing with such products. And with a premier institution like Hindustan Zinc is always there one step ahead to serve you in the best possible way.
At Hindustan Zinc, we are investing in leveraging technology. We will evolve with a goal to reshape how metal marketing is done. With real-time pricing, digital user interface, and 3 clicks simplified buying, we think it will offer a very delightful and different consumer experience. We are very confident that Evolve will change the landscape of how non-ferrous metals are stored in India and managed.
SAP Commerce Carver adheres to our requirement for the similar indicators of like India, as well as provide intuitive UI for the country. SAP is a customer success team collaborated very closely with our project team to understand and map our processes, also to implement and make sure that all the functionalities are delivered, and also to make sure that overall this program is successfully delivered.
When we thought of Evolve, we thought of digital research. We thought of customers convenience. We are proud to present Evolve, first digital marketplace globally in the non-ferrous metals industries, where customers can buy metal within 3 clicks from any of our warehouses across India.
So we achieved 2 strategic intentions. Number 1, real-time transparent INR. Number 2, the comfort of buying from an online retail store.
No need to have a prior commitment or anything, just click and buy.
Technical details of the project was very complex, challenging, like real-time price, availability stock, credit check, automatic refund, the list goes on, but we did it. Buying metal is always a complicated business, but that was yesterday. Today, we are involved offer a digitally governed consumer experience.
We have a single module to digitalize end-to-end process and build a platform to give customer a seamless time experience. We needed to be sure of the fact that active GST number is there, has the GST portal integration, and then the acceptability value.
We had to handle an extensive duality for the fact that made it challenging is that there was no actual users to test the platform. Therefore, we had to rely on a full team to test the platform and experience it as a customer.
We have made ourselves future transitions are happening on real time basis. We have built an entire ecosystem with all checks and balances and audit trails. And then of course, the most important part of the whole, that is site. With live pricing options, Evolve has truly digitalized the buying experience of Indian retailer and silver consumer. Our customers can now manage their risks better, while also allowing us to internally create efficient back-to-back hedges for every ton of metal stored.
We are also trying to build a additional feature like funding option, quality, certification, etc. We seek your suggestions to improve this platform and wish you all the best.
Right? So even the aluminum thing, there also you will start getting a nakara, right? What I want to buy, I'm not sure. I will tell you at 2:30 because London metal market probably opens at that. Second important point for your submission, being we all here from the same race, same country, this is the first kind of an thing in the world. So gone those days, industry 10, 20, 30 kahin bahar se nahi aa raha hai bhai. Industry 5.0 is we are going to give back to the world. Now those kind of an confidence level should be there, and when there is a confidence level, there is a responsibility also alongside. The world is watching us and we have to deliver. So in the one particular thing, again I will go back to Jignesh ji has mentioned his personality. The favorite personality is Einstein, right? So what's happening, just look at, in my view, what's happening today is this guy is his whatever OI he is equipped with, but with AI we are actually Einstein with the chip. So we are all Einstein with whatever IQ we have, and please try to kind of at least I look at that way, that everyone is Einstein now, because you have under the sun whatever you can really which you cannot do, somebody is doing for you. Maybe that name could be ChatGPT, that name could be a chip, whatever it is, but the world is full of intellectual people sooner. Thank you very much.
Hussain, I'll take it over from here. All right. Thank you so much, distinguished speakers, for their thoughts. And we'll start with the panel session. I know we are kind of short of time, but just ending from where Mr. Rahul. Question first comes to Captain Jatin. We would like to know if industry 5.0 for large organizations like something, or like for Atos digital audience. Can they afford these technologies?
So I think it's a very important question, and it's something that is relevant to all of us here. We all appreciate that the budgets that large organizations have allow them to experiment with new technologies, new systems. But let's put it in perspective. Today, We are a 2.5, 2.7 trillion economy. 37% of our GDP is coming from small and medium enterprises, 37%, right? And out of that 37%, 55% of those small and medium enterprises contribute to exports. So what does that really mean? That they have a big role to play when we are talking about China plus one, right? We all understand China plus one, right? India is becoming, a choice of supplying raw materials across the globe, right? And that's where small and medium enterprises need to up their ante, right? They need to go to the next level. That's what our organization does. We work with small and medium enterprises to take their logistics function, specifically logistics function, to the next level. And for that, what is it that we use? We use operations excellence and technology interventions. From my experience, ma'am, look, these guys are doing great stuff at par with global standards when it comes to manufacturing practices. So industry 4.0 to industry 5.0, definitely, because they're very good at what they do in terms of quality standards. But if they have to become the suppliers of choice for Fortune 500 companies, then they will have to take their supply chain management and logistics also to the next level. Maybe we can break it down into certain segments and say that organizations with a turnover of about 200 to 300 odd crores will find it tough, right? But as a small and medium enterprise, I like to take them up to about 700, 800 crores. So anyone between 300 to 700, 800 crores has the capacity to invest in new technologies. If they're able to bring in, which they're already trying to, industry 5.0, then to, coordinate that with bringing in supply chain 5.0 is also something they would be looking at, using an SAP and then latching on to systems like ours, where we are doing a warehouse management system, a transport management system, advanced analytics on a single, screen, which is integratable with legacy systems or SAP, NetSuite, the kind of ERPs that we have, that makes it possible. So maybe not in its pure form, but in some sort of a customized form, supply chain 5.0 will become relevant for sizable small and medium enterprises.
Is the return justified? If I make an investment in industry, but
So it's a very amazing question. If I invest into 5.0, will my returns be justified? Before that, how many of you know that you already invested in 4.0 in any case, right? So is return on 4.0 justified? It is, right? Definitely. So it's not about a choice that, you have to invest or not. Okay. The point is, in 5.0, you will all be sucked in as the time goes by, and all of us will either be subject or will be the, service provider. So as it goes, it's going to be even more easier than 4.0, because 4.0 was like, a lot of capex, a lot of, machine, actual infrastructure was required. 5.0 will be even more smoother because it's going to be dealing with the soft aspects a lot. So I think it's definitely justified, and there will be huge return, not just return on investment.
Good to know, because as you correctly said, we have already invested in it. Whether we like it or not, we are part of the industry. My next question is to Dr. Rahul.
Go there, I have something to say, and that's very relevant to, and I think Dr. Rahul will resonate because I've gone through that myself. So whenever you're trying to sell technology, till now it's always been replacement of human resource. Let's not, yeah. So look, it's a fact. When I try to sell technology, I also try to justify ROI on the basis of how many people am I going to reduce, or how much effort or time am I going to free up, right? So why did I say that industry 5.0 is something that brings you back into the scene? Is that's not going to be the case. So industry has understood, think tanks have understood that we are not going anywhere without taking people along, especially youth along, right? So ROI, probably with sustainability, when we talk about sustainability, that's where it'll get driven from, higher throughputs. And let's just look at ROI in terms of higher growth of business, right? The moment that is happening, bottom line can be taken care of. So think of it like that. You're not going to be replaced. You're the ones who are going to make it happen. So from ROI point of view, I think that's very important.
So it will create more jobs. Okay. Where is exactly the threat is? Somebody who is doing a non-Einstein job has to live. That is basically the, kind of an thing. And I don't think, when the system comes in, people lose a job. Rather, they get a much more kind of an better jobs to do in their career. Coming back to one small kind of an point of view, also, which you asked, the, where is an ROI for those kind of an system? It's not really from when you adopt any kind of a digital system and you reversely look at the benefits in the salary and wages account, that this particular sponsorship is coming by reduction this many people, and hence just an example, in one of the top pharma company in this country, they are 60% export to US, which we all know, all top companies are selling to US only generics. 3 million USD is the penalty they pay. For what? For not having the right inventory in their warehouses in US. Where is the question of losing job? I will add 2 people. I will get one system. The entire budget might be less than $1 million, and I'm saving my 3 millions. So how digital system should be seen as an entrant in the organization is not an enemy. Arrest the current leakages. And this system, like how SAP works, we as even he as captain has also mentioned, there are few customers who might want to take it, but we don't sell it because we don't want to sell it as a cosmetic. We want to sell it like a life-saving drug. So that's the difference between. So the digitization systems will be like a blood and insulin and not really vitamins. I think that's what the nearest answer.
So after every revolution, the only outcome that has happened is increase of jobs. Okay. So that's one aspect. Second is 5.0 is going to be even more inclusive than, up till now it was like, okay, engineers and doctors. Now, no matter what skills you have a job over there.
Definitely the jobs are good. In fact, the more specialist you are, the more in demand you get, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Great. Yes. I technology. Probably I'm the most technologically challenged person here. But,
the second message that came across was sustainability. And when we talk about logistics and supply chain sector, it's an irony, right? We are probably the largest consumers of carbon footprint. So my question to Mr. Jignesh is logistics industry sustainable or going to be sustainable in the long run?
Sorry, on the contrary, logistics is the only one which is optimizing maximum amount of reducing carbon footprint. Imagine if you have to buy something from the grocery, right? And that grocery is, let's say about 5 kilometers away, not 5, let's say 2 kilometers away, okay? You're not going to walk. So what you'll do is you'll either take a bike or you'll take your car. And these days people prefer car only, okay? So you take a car and go and pick it up, right? Now look at the reverse, okay? You order from Blinkit, everybody orders from Blinkit, right? It comes faster than you go and pick it up, right? But what happens is the guy is not just bringing it to your, only your stuff to deliver it to you. He's bringing multiple people's stuff to deliver it to you. Which means, what are we doing? We're actually reducing the carbon footprint of the entire goods that was served at your house, right? So I think logistics should always be viewed as the prime mover of, if you want to optimize environment, then logistics is the prime mover. Logistics is the game. That's where you will have to play the whole thing. All transportation, everything. So just, sorry, I'm digressing a little bit, but just the fact that when GST came in, right, the movement of goods became so smooth that a truck which used to do it in 10 days now does it in 5 days. So just imagine the kind of saving of carbon footprint that happens over there. So logistics is, that's a myth that logistics contributes. Sorry.
Thank you. Probably as a person who is not very technologically, advanced, I would say technology is like fire. If you know how to use it, it can do wonders for you, right? Go back to the original invention of fire and wheel. If you don't know how to use it, it can burn you, right? My last question, and then I will open the floor to the audience, and I want audience to ask questions, tough questions. Where do we go from here? Industry 5.0, 6.0, or 7.0? Where do we go from here? Or what do you see the future of technologies maybe in the next 5 years? I'm not going to talk about. So the question is open to all the panelists. After that, we'll take a student question.
I'll start. Imagination, as I said in my talk. Imagine and it's going to happen. So I think that's where we are going. Whatever you can imagine.
Look, we all have, I personally look at it like this. I'm 41 years old, right? And things are changing. I'm being absolutely candid, right? Qualified, army and all that, IIM Lucknow and whatever. Aspirations are not going to go down, right? So it rests upon people like us to keep bringing in certain advancements, technologies, systems, processes that can allow you to achieve your aspirations and dreams, right? So that's, I think it's, I would like to call Industry 5.0 and Supply Chain 5.0 a humane initiative after COVID. Because look, ultimately, it's all a cycle, right? You lose jobs, economy starts going down, the companies start to suffer. So it's a circular flow of income, right? That has to keep going on and on and on for 7.5 billion people on this planet to achieve, what they want to, basic standards of life. And then obviously we have wants and desires. It's very difficult to live the Sadhguru way of life. At least I can't. So if you got to make it happen for us, you got to make it happen for our children. These kind of things will keep coming. Whether it's going to be in the next 5 years, whether it's going to be in the next 10 years, I'm not sure. But I know one thing for sure, that it's becoming more humane and we all got to grow together. I think that's what the objective is. Whatever makes it happen, whatever allows us to do it, I'm okay for it to keep changing every 2 years, 3 years, right? As long as it's for the benefit for the overall planet.
I think pretty very much she has captured my thoughts. So just a encapsulation of what he said. If our value system and certain timeless principles as a human, slightly philosophical answer, allow me to say, I also have a Sanskrit background. So many a time that comes up. So it's basically certain philosophical elements, certain life value principles as a human. It's a good opportunity for us to be tested in the next times to come, whether I'm a human or a machine. Machine is not evolved as a value system. It's a mechanical thing. It may evolve in next 1,000 years, we don't know. But that's what probably somebody said. We are also robots only created by somebody. There is also people are telling. So it's right now the differentiation is, I completely agree with him that I have a value system. Even I'm not talking emotion, because emotion can also get embedded. Value system, what is right, what is wrong? If that is the differentiator between me and the machine, then as you said, let's enjoy. Earlier we used to talk loudly, earlier we used to send the postcards. Then we started talking on mobile, then we have a video chat. Let it be. What's the problem? Talking is important, connecting is important, all those things are important. What is surfacing changing? Accept it. That's a simple.
Agreed. Now, yes. Now I invite students to ask questions to the panel members. Volunteers? Oh, there is a hand raised. Yes. From one captain to another. Yes, he is also from the fraternity. Yes.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. It was really a pleasure listening to all of you. I'm Colonel Prateek. I'm doing my MBA in Logistics Supply Chain Management here. I'm on my sabbatical from the Indian Army. So I'll leave it, I'll just pick up from where Captain Jatin, he said aspirations never will decrease, they'll always increase. And I understand that Industry 4.0, 5.0 did a fantastic job. They have started, whatever the customer needs with a blink of an eye, it is there. What the counter thought, what I think today is, there's like, he gave an example of Blinkit, 10 minutes delivery, which might not be required right now. It is all at the cost of extra fuel, extra packaging, extra production. Things are running very fast, very quick. So we have spoken about sustainability, but as the consumer or the customer always rules the market. Aspirations are there. I want the delivery in 10 minutes. I want a Domino's pizza within 30 minutes. Aspirations are there. Now we'll have to maintain a balance somewhere to sustain so that the earth still is there after some time. So how do you take up this challenge? I mean, if you reduce the timeline from 10 to 12 or 15, the customer is not unhappy, is happy. So no company in this world would want a unhappy or so to say unsatisfied customer. So how's the industry dealing? It's a challenge for the industry.
Yeah, so that's where I really like the question, because, and that's why I told him that no, I will take this question, because he said that captain hai to main captain ka question nahi pe. So the point is, because I am quite close to the industry as well as sustainability is very close to my heart as well. So the question is good that earlier I never wanted something, now I'm ordering now. Okay, so now what happens is carbon footprint will increase because I'm going to order now. It's easy for me. I've made it so easy. So keep on ordering, keep on ordering. That's where Rahulji's what do you call point came in. By value system kidhar hai? So if you make greed as your value system, if you gluttony as your value system, right? Then you're gonna be going to heading towards disaster. Now imagine I come up with a 5.0 where I say, hey, you don't need it. Why are you ordering it? You don't need it. I will put a block on you and I'll say that, it's not good for your health. It's not good for your diabetes. It's not good for a lot of things, right? So if there was a continuous harmony in thoughts and values along with the technology, everything works fair. As she said that, that fire hai, fire mein haath daloge to jal jayega, but khana rakhoge to khana ban jayega, right? So that's the point. I think that's where more information, more knowledge, value-based knowledge, and keeping that whole thing of sustainability as your topmost priority comes in over there. And that is where we are heading, whether we like it or not. The greed or the consumerism, extra consumerism is going to be capped at some point. Okay. It's not going to be that we will only do it for business. We'll only do it for business. In Paris, one of our customer delivers everything on bicycles. They don't use anything which is fuel based, not even electrical. Imagine. So I think I answered to an extent. Next one.
Anyone else? Questions, please? Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bhavna and I'm doing my MBA in Supply Chain Analytics. That is something exactly what everybody talked about. Sir, so like everyone said, that we are talking about sustainability and how 5.0 is going to be amazing and everything. But on the contrary, I would want to know the challenges. And I would want to know the challenges on the reverse logistic side of it, because what I think is, everybody is pretty much very efficient in, handling the forward logistics. It is the reverse which actually, is the pain point, or which actually adds the cost. So I would like to know the thoughts on that.
So sit. I think it's a very relevant point, but I should assure you that there's a lot of work that's happened in reverse logistics also. Yeah, so there's, I think that organization comes to my mind, Blue Birch. So, and there are lots of other organizations which enable value creation in reverse logistics, because let's put it in perspective, about 6 to 7% of e-commerce business gets returned, right? That's not something, and it will be different for different organizations. So there's a lot of effort that's being put there. The carbon footprint related to reverse logistics is going to get addressed through consolidation of material. What I mean to say is that, let's say we live in Noida. Noida will have, I think it's, that will be a best way to explain it to you. Noida will have so many sectors and everybody's returning orders, let's say, to many e-commerce players, and the people who are servicing those returns, the service providers is delivery, right? So then people like you are sitting in delivery and building algorithms which ensure that every packet that's picked up probably comes to a consolidation center. In that consolidation center, it waits till the load is built to an extent that it can be put in a larger vehicle, not a smaller vehicle. That larger vehicle then reports to another return center, and from the return center, through automation, that material has already been auctioned off to be sold to various organizations, because it really becomes a loss when you're not able to liquidate that item. Something you didn't like, you've returned it, it's value, right? There's value in that product, so that needs to come back into the financial system. So there'll be, it's up to us. There is a system which can build an algorithm based on certain variables. Now it's up to you and me to sort of see as to what's the best way of doing it. And a lot of people work day in and out to make it happen. There are a lot of people who will come up with a suggestion to say that if something's getting picked up in Noida, can we liquidate it within Noida itself? Even if it means 2 more days of that product staying blocked in the warehouse. So those are ways and means of, managing reverse logistics. Again, it will be a function of what the colonel asked as to how are we going to limit our greed, and because when we order more, that's when we return more. Isn't that a fact, right? So we need to think on those lines. Though I am not a proponent of ordering less, because look, I keep telling everyone that I did not drive a V6 or a V8 engine car, and then everybody's talking about, discontinuing V6. So meri to aspiration reh gayi. But it's, I mean, to each their own way of thinking. But the point is that, look, we all are here to grow. We all are here to fulfill our aspirations. People like himself, who works in an organization like the army, have self-control to be able to limit, and do the right thing, right? We all also need to develop it. I think that's where Industry 5.0 and Supply Chain 5.0 is taking us. So we will, let me also put it like this, Jignesh just said, that there will be a time if you had too many packets of chips on Blinkit, Blinkit's going to tell you, look, I don't mind selling it, but I'm going to make 5 cents on it, or 5 paisa on a chips packet, which is worth 10 bucks. You're going to be paying 25 rupees extra delivery charges if it's only 1 packet, right? Because if the amount is less than 150 bucks, the delivery charges are significant. Only if the amount of that order is above 200 rupees, which justifies their margins, only then they will not charge you delivery, right? So when you do those sort of things, when you have those kind of, that sort of a thinking, you'll stop ordering yourself. And that's how we'll become more sustainable. But while we're growing, while everybody wants to order, it's just better ways of managing returns. That's how it's going to work.
Yes. Bhavna, all right. Oh, okay, go ahead.
Sir, like you said, 5.0 is probably about limiting your greeds that the system is itself going to tell you. But sir, then isn't it going to be a big blow on the profitability of the company itself? I mean,
No, but he has answered your question. He is going to charge you extra. No, you
No,
keep
no, so-
ordering,
so
we'll charge you
you're-
extra.
You're right, you're right. See, it is from a perspective, from a capitalism perspective, it's gonna be like that, every year I want 100% profit, okay? Every year I keep on doing it. And there is a whole research done in terms of how a bulb actually can last forever. Okay, I don't know how many of you would have seen that video, but it says that a bulb could have last forever. But since then there is no profit, they decided that they limit the hours over there on that. So this aspect is honestly still an unanswered thing. Let 5.0 try to do this thing. And I admit that I don't have an answer, nor, industry also for that matter has a balance over there. Okay. Every organization you'll go, it'll talk about profits only. But in this process, if efficiency is brought in, things can be better. Like, for example, returns that you talk about, right? If I can start assessing that, these goods are bound to get returned more often, I'll stop producing them. Okay. So that way, at least I will try to cut down one leg of carbon footprint, right? So every organization is in the process of finding that utopian idea that, how can I reduce my returns completely while giving good service to return also for that matter. That cannot be compromised. Okay. So this is accepted and it's a challenge which you have actually thrown. Okay. And I think all of us collectively should start thinking in terms of it. Where do we stop in our aspirations? Okay. So that's why all these things, no matter what, now we will have electric cars, or no matter what, however, how much ever difficult times that, car manufacturers will have, we're going to change, we're going to pivot, we'll give them some time, but they'll have to move towards that.
I was going to invite another question, but we are running hopelessly out of time. We have already exceeded our time here, so I would want to invite Mr. Sanjay Khanduja to do the vote of thanks, please. And if you have more questions, we would love to have our guests back, right? Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Hello, everyone. How much time I have to thank them?
2 minutes.
This is Industry 5.0. So next time we'll be meeting 6.0, right? Next year probably we'll have 6.0. And I think important takeaways are, we are looking at sustainability. And what Jignesh says, sustainability is critical. But whatever, it's 5.0, 1.0, 3.0, 7.0, three basic pillars will always remain same, as you are being taught in the class: people, process, and technology. I think panel would agree with me, right? Because see, you cannot automate a bad process. It has to be people, alignment of people, process, and technology that is going to shape our organization, right? So I think there was an interesting video I was seeing in the morning. The Japanese badminton professional were taking training. I mean to say, they were taking practice session from robot. So that kind of technology we have. So maybe after a few years, we may find some of the robots sitting here listening to our discussion.
I hope the robot did not win.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Yeah, Robert won, naturally. He was their master. He was giving them a practice session. So the good news for students is there is a lot of interesting things happening, but you don't have to get scared. Yaar, ye to technology hai, I'm a science graduate, I'm an arts graduate, I'm a fashion designer, nothing about it. Even the HR professionals, even the art students are learning new languages. We were discussing in the morning, right? So we have a lot of opportunities for growth. And the interesting thing is that I mean to say it's user friendly. I mean to say it's learner friendly. You don't have to get deep into the things, but if you try to learn, data analysis, or if you try to learn some software, it's very easy now. At our time, we used to have COBOL and, Fortran, which was like crazy hell. Now you can work on, certain softwares which are very easy to learn and you can be the part of this. Yes, yes. So I want to thank Jignesh, round of applause for him. He is from a company called FAR-I. He's from a company called FAR-I. He's helping customers in their digital journey, right? Then we have one and only Captain Jatin. You have been seeing him quite often. And he's from Atos. And he's also taking care of supply chain automation, right? His company takes care of supply chain automation. In a nutshell, they do a lot of other things, but we have this thing. And we have Rahul. Dr. Rahul is here. We are very lucky to have him. He's from SAP India, and I'm sure you know about SAP, right? So a thanks, a round of applause to all of them.
We will also request Sanjay sir to present the memento to Anita ma'am.
She is the one who is curated this topic for you, Industry 5.0. So she deserves a round of applause. Ever smiling, Dr. Rita.
I'm here.
Thank you for being the wonderful audience. We are now going to close the session. Thank you, everyone.
Your host for today welcomes you all for today's panel discussion on innovations in PropTech and Quantech for business growth in Industry 5.0. It's a pleasure to have all of you with us. I would now like to take this opportunity to introduce our session chair for today, Dr. Deepak Bajaj, FRICS, Director and Head of Institution, RICS School of Built Environment, Amity University, Noida. He is an academician with more than 3 decades of experience in the field of research, project management, and real estate. I welcome you, sir, for gracing us today with your presence, and we look forward to your thoughts on this insightful session. Next, I would like to introduce today's moderator for the session, Dr. Ashish Gupta, FRICS. He has more than 2 decades of experience in real estate valuations, consulting, brokerage, and capital markets, and is associated with ICEIL School of Built Environment as Associate Professor and Director of Research and Consulting for more than 7 years. I welcome you, sir. We are looking forward to gaining insightful takeaways from you today. Now, I'd like to introduce our esteemed panelists who bring a wealth of knowledge and experience to this discussion. First, we have with us Ms. Shalini Kaushal, Director of Operations, the AEC Associates. Ms. Shalini has 23 years of experience in the architectural, engineering, and construction industry. She has worked in strategic planning, financial acumen, and subject matter expertise to focus on services, sales, and delivery for scaling up businesses in large setups. She has driven thought leadership and fostered innovation by introducing new processes and workflows in the AEC industry. We welcome you, ma'am. Next, we have Mr. Naveen Garg, founder and CEO at Big Bridge. Mr. Naveen has been a real estate finance professional in his corporate career. He has worked for almost 15 years for different financial institutions for project finance and investments in different asset classes. He has been instrumental in transactions of more than $4 billion. Now he has adopted entrepreneurship journey. His company, Big Bridge Group, does residential advisory, investment banking, and commercial asset management businesses. He's a qualified construction manager and an architect, in addition to being an alumni of Harvard Business School. Welcome, sir. Next, we have Mr. Shashank Vashisht, MRICS, and Executive Director and Managing Broker at ICEIL Realty India. Mr. Shashank is an astute professional with nearly a decade of extensive experience in sales and marketing research. Holding a master's degree in real estate investment and sales, he has demonstrated his expertise in the said field. In his last role, he made significant contributions to India's Sotheby International Realty arm by successfully delivering luxury residences. Before that, he was associated with renowned organizations such as Cushman & Wakefield and other leading real estate developers in Delhi NCR. We welcome you, sir. And for the fourth panelist, we have Mr. Varun Jain. He's an expertise accountant director at ClickUp. Mr. Varun is a technology evangelist and currently working as expertise account director with ClickUp. He has extensive experience in managing key accounts, strategy, business research, management, consulting, and data analytics. He has international experience and has worked and studied in India, UAE, United Kingdom, and Spain. An alumni of IE Business School, Madrid, and BITS Pilani. Welcome, sir. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's discussion. Can I please have all the panelists on stage and the moderator and session chair? Can you please have a round of applause for all of them?
Hi, good evening all. I welcome all my esteemed speakers on the dais for fifth series of Entrepreneurship, Innovation and Leadership Conference. Today, we all are here to discuss on this panel about innovation in PropTech and Contact for business growth for Industry 5.0. So a few things before we start, I would want to discuss, and just for benefit of students. So what is PropTech? PropTech is property technology and various digital solutions which are there for real estate professionals to facilitate and streamline various kind of transaction. It could be selling, purchase, buy, property development and investment in real estate. Similarly, if we talk about contact or construction technology, these are set of various tools, applications, software and machinery which help in across life cycle of construction projects. Real estate and construction sector are considered laggards when we talk about adoption of technology. And as we are today talking about Industry Revolution 5.0, we were already struggling with adoption of, what should I say, adoption of 4.0.
but still we are at the door of 5.0. So what is industry 4.0? So it was related to various kind of technologies which are available, artificial intelligence, machine learning, IoT, and various technology related solutions. Having said that, today we are now talking about 5.0, which is a transition from technology driven solutions to more societal and human solutions. And if we look at the orientation or how these have evolved, industry 4.0 started off in 2011 through one of a high level report which was presented in Germany related to technology. And subsequent to that, a lot of innovations started happening. But recently post COVID, what we have seen today, we are now talking more about human solutions, societal solutions, etc. And this framework was presented by European Union in one of their papers in 2021. So now we have moved away from, what should I say, from welfare to well-being of society, and also from profit to societal goals. In case of, if we put this in context of buildings, so previously we were talking about smart buildings, and today we are talking about buildings which are more human oriented and which are focusing on well-being of people. Before moving further, I would now request all my panelists, though they have been already introduced, so I'll not ask for your introduction, and I assume students know about you, but if you can briefly tell something about yourself which has not been spoken, and also your role in using technology in PropTech and Contact. So should I start with Shalini?
Good now. Okay. I'm Shalini and I'm an architect by profession. And after completing my education in architecture, I got associated with the AEC industry in a very different aspect, I will say, because I've been working for all these years, I would say more than 2 decades, for international clients, for global clients. And while collaborating with clients outside India, the foremost thing was to use technology at the highest level. And 10-15 years back, when there were less usage of digital tools here in India for designing, for during the pre-construction activities, and also during construction to manage all the information together, it was not being adopted in India, but it was very well adopted outside India, and it gave us very good exposure and understanding about the whole thing. And now I'm proud to say that we are leading that innovation, we are leading that adoption of technology, and we are catering to our global clients with the right usage of technology, right? We are in a way skilling them to adopt the newest technologies. Yeah.
Well, good afternoon to everyone. I think one interesting thing Ashish asked is that, discuss about something which has not been told by the speaker over here. So something interesting about me, or a fun fact. I have worked in bits and pieces in 52 countries in last 6 years. Thanks to COVID, my number was a bit stagnant, but trying to bring it up. Something which I've been doing in the last 12 years is helping the senior leadership or the promoters adopt technology. Technology is something which needs to be adopted in the right manner, channelized in the right direction by the senior leadership. Only then we can help organizations in digitally accelerate in the post-COVID world, or the way things are happening around. I've got the opportunity to work across 5 different sectors and observe them very closely in my span of career. Started with oil and gas infrastructure sector, moved to the core consulting side with PwC. Technology really, made me a key learner and moved to LinkedIn to understand how data analytics plays a key role in taking a data-driven decision at the core level and how data is important. Moved to cybersecurity with one of the leading companies called ICEIL in helping organizations secure their digital work environment, because in today's world, when each one of us is working at their own luxury, whether it is work from home, work from site, work from office environment, data becomes absolutely, crux of or a priority for the leadership. And now I'm working with ClickUp, which is a $4 billion organization, US-based organization heading their India operations, where the primary objective of the organization is to save 1 day each week for all of us. What we are doing in 5 days, whether it is cost reduction, optimization, or making your life more easy. Imagine if we can help you to save 1 day each week, how better your life and our life would be. Thank you.
So we all know Naveen. Naveen has been a friend of RICS. However, we would like to know something more about you.
Good afternoon, everyone. And first of all, a very happy Engineers Day. I'm sure many engineers are here. So I'll just share my thoughts on PropTech. I would say before PropTech or Contech, they are, very well related with each other. I'll share my experience, how I have grown as a professional, because many of you will go into the professional world, how I grew as a professional while learning the digital tools in my professional career. So my first, instance was in 2000. I was an architecture student. In college, they taught me AutoCAD. That was a big thing those days. I mean, today, everyone knows AutoCAD. Those days, having computer was a big thing. So they taught me AutoCAD. And in summer vacations, when I went back to my hometown, so many of my friends who were architects, they came to know, I know how to use AutoCAD. So I taught them and I earned 10,000 rupees that summer. So, that was the first utilization of digital skills. When we were graduating, I learned from my juniors how to use 3D Max. Those was, people used to have 3D Max to prepare 3D modeling and charts. When I went for my master's, my teachers taught me Primavera. We did all the project management assignments and all. When we passed out, we knew, but we didn't have a good hand on Excel, because eventually I moved into financial investments and business development. So I learned how to use Excel. Excel was a, basic tool, but very, very intelligent tool. Then somehow we learned BIM softwares, how to integrate building services, AutoCAD, and on-site, implication of all those things. Then came PowerPoint presentation. These days you learn PowerPoint presentation from the college itself. We used to make hard sheets in our colleges, right? There were no as such PowerPoint presentations. So then we learn how to use, PowerPoint skills and PDFs, right? So then career went on and everything happened. When I entered in my entrepreneurial journey, being an architect, I built and sold a SaaS company. There also, I learned a lot of technological things, how, coding happens, everything. But still, I'm not a technical person. I'm a business guy. I'm an investment person. But, without having knowledge of these hardcore technologies, more important, their usage. Many people, we may talk about, complicated things about a technology, but as a professional, one should be clear whether I'll become this technology expert, or if I'm a business person or I'm a market person, I should know at least, the business usage of this technology. So as students, a clear message to you guys is, you know at least one of these. Don't get lost in between.
Thank you so much, sir. So let me just introduce. So I'm an alumni of ICEIL. In fact, the first batch, first student of this, institution, and just changed the seat from there to here, right? So this is my journey for last 10 years. And yes, there was a time when I started my journey, I was sitting someone like you, like maybe somewhere, like some of you are sleeping. So I was one of you, right? So it was me actually, they're always there for the attendance because it's a compulsory. If you are not attending, you are going to lose your attendance. But believe you me, this is how you start, right? So I started my journey from there, learned from the, mentors sitting here and sharing stage. Today, I'm honored, like sharing my stage with my faculties. So it's a truly an honor. And I started my journey with evaluation and advisory, working on the finance side of the industry, and closely monitor what is happening, what are the challenges, what are the issues in that industry, what we are facing at that point of time back in 2010 and 11. And it gives you evolution over the period of time. So I learned from advisory side, okay, finance side works like this, valuation works this. Then you have a consulting, right? So where you actually advise developers, financial institutions. Naveen used to be one of our client when I was in Cushman, so I remember interacting with him on the other side of the table, and we were discussing about the numbers. And technology always plays a crucial part, right? Because when we started, we used to design this financial modeling, but now if I look back like about 6 years back, so that time we were talking about automation and valuation. Like most of the companies in US and Canada, they were using like just software tools, and you just need to put numbers and they will give the result, because data is much more transparent over there. That's one of the reason. One of the reason we are kind of lagging behind. So we have observed these challenges, and there are so many people like us who has actually identified these gap and tried to fit in and become entrepreneur. And these are the people who are actually coming from all of you, right? So there's still a lot of challenges what we have identified. Just wanted to share my example. Back in 2015, I realized, okay, there are a lot of I would say gap in terms of handling the high tickets size transaction, right? So this is where I decided I switched from advisory or from a finance background to a transaction background, because there's a huge scope. There's hardly any transactions where it used to be where 100 crore rupees properties are getting sold, but no one knows who was selling them, because there are very few people, handful people. Still, there are handful people who kind of, not even aware what kind of services the client is required, what kind of tools you need. Sir mentioned PowerPoint presentation. So there are everything has a use case if you are going to use that technology in a right manner to deliver what actually required, right, in terms of client servicing, in terms of doing your day-to-day operations. And then COVID hit, right? So after selling a lot of properties, having a lot of money, but everyone got stuck at your places, right? So that is what happened in 2020. And that time something clicked to my mind, like, and one of my again friends. So we decided, like, why don't we create, or why don't we do something which can be a recession proof business, right? Especially in real estate brokerage. And there's a huge opportunity because there's nothing available. We did our research coming from, tech background. I had done my engineering in undergrad, and then I studied property. So I am a prop tech guy, right? So that is something which is kind of a zeal from inside. And we were looking for some options. First, we thought creating something. I said, why to create? Why to waste time, right? Creating something for next 3-4 years, and there's no surety that this is going to work or not. Then we started doing our research. Is anything available in market? Why don't we partner, right? So we came across this company called EXP Reality. And guys, this is one of the, I would say, fastest growing real estate brokerage in the world. Market cap is about $5 billion. Back in 2020, when we started discussing, they were present in only 3 countries. I said, why don't you explore India? So he said, India is not a market. It's highly unorganized for real estate. I said, yeah, this is a highly unorganized, but there are things which is changing now. So it took us time, but we finally able to get this company. And guys, this is a cloud-based brokerage. Today we are present in 25 countries. We have 88,000 agents globally. And just imagine, we don't have any physical office. So this company has grown last 13 years without opening a single office, cut down their cost and expenses, and giving more and more support to the agents to perform their day-to-day operations, like what are the basic pain points for any broker, any realtor? How many of you are from real estate background here, like who are studying real estate? Okay, so this is a physical asset, right? So just imagine, have you ever heard of a term called cloud-based brokerage? किसी ने सुना है अभी तक? नहीं सुना है. So guys, छोटा सा example दूंगा. Have you seen Zomato office? Anyone has seen Zomato office?
Shashank, we'll move to this part slightly late. I would also request Dr. Bajaj to, though we all know a lot about Dr. Bajaj, but I would request him to share some experience related to today's topic.
Many things they don't. So I thought it's a good opportunity to tell you about technology and how you use technology. About 10 years ago, Haryana government came up with a policy of open access. Now, open access is electricity purchase from outside the state. So if I buy electricity from Sikkim or Arunachal Pradesh, I get a rebate. But you have to be on the open access network. So at that time, I was running a company which had turnover of 150 crores. And it was facility management, about 15 million square feet. So our monthly bill of electricity was 6 crores. So about half of 12 crores was my monthly bill to the clients, all the tenants. And 6 crores used to be the bill of DHVL every month. Okay. So this open access interested me. So what we did, but for that you have to adopt a lot of technology because you have to study the peak load of a building, the timing. The cheapest rates you buy from open access are the night loads. At the peak time, we calculated if I could order about 30% of the electricity using open access, I could save 1.5 crores. So my bill of 6 crores dropped to 4.5 crores. So every day in the evening, we study the peak loads of that day, analyze what would be the peak loads of tomorrow, because you're ordering a day before and you're committed. The money gets debited, so you need cash flow. 30 lakhs used to get debited every day from my account for buying open access. Now, if I don't use it, it's ether, it's zero. So the technology every day, simple Excel, and I had got a app designed for our buildings. So I used to get those peak loads dashboard, and accordingly, then finally I used to decide, okay, let's order this much for tomorrow. So 1.5 crores a day saving, a month saving, just by open access. And this, then of course, it got latched on to all companies. Industrial people, they started using it. So the gap started reducing because the government also realized the subsidy is a lot. And then it dropped to a point where it was not worth it. But for 4-5 years, it was a fantastic, genuine money saving by technology use. Because to study the load of a client, some of the buildings were only used by one company. So you have to study their peak loads, their 3 shifts or 2 shifts or 1 shift. And I can tell you, technology at that point came in very handy, both PropTech and ComTech. PropTech because of commercial real estate, and ComTech because I was using a lot of construction technology to get the loads out of chillers, so this is hardcore technology at work 10 years ago. That hasn't changed. Of course, your apps, your dashboards have improved. Maybe the sensors have improved. But that time I remember all those technologies which we were adopting. And I'm not a technology guy, but you should know whom to go to. You don't have to be an expert in everything, but knowing where to go and who's the best person who will advise you is the best advice I can tell you.
Thank you so much. That was quite insightful. Okay. I just wanted to understand one thing, as we were already discussing, real estate and construction are known to be laggard, and that is a lot of documentation around that. So do you think industry in India specifically is ready to move from 4.0 to 5.0 industry, specifically for real estate and construction sector? And how is industry coping related to that transition? So we'll just start from my left to right. So Varun, will start with you? Okay, we'll start with Shalini.
Like construction industry is very collaborative in nature. We require like all the stakeholders, the owners, developers, the consultants, like belonging to different engineering disciplines, have to work like together collaboratively and working like towards the same goal. That's why the adoption is slow. Like we need to make people, product and processes, everything aligned to the requirements of industry 5.0. And also like since the whole construction sector, I would say, is in a way like scattered or not like work in an organized fashion, because there are so many aspects that are like very tricky to take care of as a part of a complete picture. And although like digital technology is coming up, like there are so many tools, so many applications coming up each and every day, but still at times we find everybody like try to find or try to use their own toothbrush. They devise their own ways of working to handle their day-to-day like challenges or day-to-day day expectations. But I believe like if we can work more on the overall processes, if we can work toward together, we can see how it can benefit the bigger goals, like let's say achieving green building requirements or like sustainability requirements, because we owe like something to the mother earth, right? We need to work towards like saving the world from the climatic changes or environmental impacts. I think like it can be done, but it will be slow since there are so many like aspects involved.
I just want to add, just Shalini said, definitely we see that, I would say willingness to do, but there are, a lot of challenges in terms of government licensing, in terms of available infrastructure, and obviously the financial constraint. But what I want to comment here is you will see, impact different as per different asset classes. If you see the commercial buildings, data centers, institutional buildings, willingness and adaptability will be higher as compared to the residential segment. So that strata different will be obvious in the years ahead. That's my take.
Yeah, thank you so much. So Varun, I have now a specific question for you. So what do you think, what are the challenges and opportunities for industry 5.0 present for small and medium-sized construction companies? So can you give some light on that?
So I think something interesting which especially we as students should understand, what is the difference between 4.0 and 5.0. We have been talking a lot about, okay, 4.0, 5.0, but I think the biggest difference which I feel in layman terms in 5.0 is that you need to partner with technology, you need to collaborate with technology. We are all reading that, okay, AI machine learning will eradicate jobs, things will get automated, human interference will be reduced, what will happen to us, but that's not the way forward. Joining hands with technology is no more a luxury, it's a necessity. Now, talking about that, what are some of the challenges? I think the biggest challenge is growth mindset. We ourselves try to make ourselves handicapped. We feel that, okay, we need to learn this, we need to upskill ourselves. Like whatever you students are learning over here, or this kind of opportunity which you're getting, if I would have got in my time, I would be much ahead of whatever I'm doing right now. I would say investing time, upskilling yourself, and to understand that this is how things will evolve, this is the way forward, is the biggest challenge we create for ourselves, and this extrapolate to become a larger part of the industry. Okay, when we talk about AI, machine learning, or robotics, for example, in construction, I would say when we say cost reduction, or but projects need to be completed in a set timeline. Things are getting automated from with respect to bricklaying to excavation. Robots are becoming, very handy. It will be interesting to understand there are positions in companies like Chief Robotic Officer. We know CRO as Chief Revenue Officer. Now a new position is coming up as Chief Robotic Officer. So, we have to prepare ourselves for such positions, because one of you would be taking part or taking a role in coming time in such organizations. So, this is how I would say investing time, investing money, upskilling yourself, and making technology a part of your daily routine is the challenges. Now, when we talk about the opportunities are huge, whether in terms of helping organizations or various teams collaborate with each other using AI and machine learning, increasing the visibility among the senior leadership. I would say what Shalini was mentioning, go green, or a green design, or the well-being of an employee. Because imagine if I give you the opportunity that the repetitive task which you are doing can be synchronized using technology, how easy your life can become. To circle back, when we say that, what stops us to adopt technology, we ourselves stop us, because we need to upskill ourselves. We need to invest time to learn something new. And that is what we do not want to do. Technology is good till the time it can solve something without us getting involved, but times have changed. Now there are autonomous cars which can drive the way around without you doing anything, any bit of it. So you need to at least understand technology. To understand ChatGPT, you need to understand what are the fundamentals associated to it. Do not just expose yourself to it. In talking about strengths, imagine the opportunities to collaborate with different partners globally. Having a competitive edge for any company to do work in today's dynamic environment, you need to have a competitive edge. And only with the help of technology, with the help of 5.0, you can help that competitive edge in the environment to be more price competitive, to bid for those projects in a much more efficient manner, and close out those projects having good client relationship. Giving a good client impact or referral can only be successful with the help of technology. Also, in a nutshell, I think joining hands with technology can really, change your life in a much more dynamic manner. And let's be friends with technology, AI, machine learning, robotics. These are invented by us, for us, with us. Let's enjoy them. So that's what I.
Thank you so much, Varun. Rescaling, upscaling, very critical for technology adoption. So my next question, in fact, I remember I met Shashank at one of the conferences, and he said, "Sir, aap ek kaam karo, let's organize a session for your students where I will tell them how metaverse work." So I am thinking, metaverse, I am still exploring what that animal is all about. And there is one of my ex-student and one of our alumni of our first batch who's working at that platform. So Shashank, my question to you is, and real estate is known for its issues of transparency. Do you think this kind of technology and all those things could be adopted in real estate? And what are you doing about it?
So, sir, as I said, before I experienced it, I was again the same position, holding the same position like you asked this question today. So back in 2020, before March 2020, I was not even aware about this term called metaverse. So I heard about like virtual workplaces, right? Meta is actually introduced in 2021 December by, Mr. Zuckerberg, right? So before that, it was a, virtual world. We were talking about virtual workplace, substitute of having a physical workplace, right? So yes, metaverse is if I have to say, whatever you imagine, basically it's a something which exists in a parallel universe, right? So it's a virtual workplace, like you are sitting, we are attending, having a session here. Similarly, sir, every Monday I do my session the same way, right? So we have our own auditorium in a virtual workplace, which is we called EXP World, right? So all global operations has been managed by that. I met my CEO about 2 years, after starting the operations of this company in India. No one has ever, flown from US to India as on date. We started this company, we built a company of 1,000 crore kind of a turnover within the last 2.5 years without even opening a single office. And the company is actually $5 billion company, right? Without having a single office. So everything is possible. You have to believe it, right? And then you have to execute it. And third, I think the critical challenge is always about educating and adaptability of this technology. How simplified the technology can be is actually the key, right? So let's take an example, a small example again, a Facebook, right? Or online shopping, yeah. So I just wanted to share one thing. So I just asked one of my friend and she said, I bought a gold chain, right? From Tanishq. I thought she must have visited the store, right? Maybe tried it, and she was like, no, it delivered yesterday at my home. I was like, how can you buy a gold, right, online? But then she said, jab aap property बेच सकते हो तो मैं तो सोना खरीद रही हूँ. So that's the kind of thing you need to understand. Things is evolving, right? And that's how technology is evolving. Just wanted to share, today I'm sitting here, my team is in US, they are working with DLF, they are selling Indian properties in US market while I'm sitting here. That's a role of technology, right? We are selling 600, 700 properties every year without having, any office, without even meeting the clients. During the COVID times, when second wave hit the market, everyone was literally struggling how to do it, but we were prepared, right? So we have things like CRM, we met with the developer was struggling selling units. So we said, okay, this is your challenge, right? Right now your business is kind of stuck. Okay, give me all your inventory. He said, yes, there's an Excel sheet. I said, okay, just give me your a spreadsheet. I put it in my CRM. It whole converted the whole, the transition happened overnight. We have created website. We have the 3D virtual tour, AR, VR. And by using these all small bits and pieces and putting it together, we actually solve a lot of purposes. Between August to November, we ended up selling 100 units, right? Without even stepping out from our, homes. So that's the, I would say way forward. I'm not saying, this is going to be the way forward completely, because as I said, we as a human, is always wanted to connect humans, right? So it's not gonna end. But if we are going to adapt these technology in using right, I would say right manner, and helping taking these analysis of whatever the previous data, analyze the data like sir mentioned about grid. So this is going to help you to make a smart decisions, right? And then once you start evolving and trying to do new things, right? So this is going to help you in terms of profitability, and yes, taking care of the society and sustainability also one aspect. So coming back to your previous question, sir, I just wanted to add one point here. What are the opportunities and challenges? Challenges are definitely with the data. Whatever you are putting in, you will expect the same result. On this other hand, if you see opportunities, yes, everyone is getting conscious day by day. We are also getting conscious, right? So people are trying, okay, try to, switch off. I have seen people in Delhi only that, switch off the ignition when they are on red light, because people are now getting conscious, because it's not about us, it's about the future generation who's coming. So this is the time, I think, when we are talking about industry 4.0 to 5.0, this is the time we should also talk about, there are some decisions, it's not only just production efficiency, there is some empathy, emotion should also involve. And this is all about 5.0, getting more human intervention.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. So one thing I'm convinced, we are going to have another session on metaverse, and not just my students, I'll also join your session. So Naveen, I know you are heavily invested, or you are investing in PropTech. You are owner of a PropTech platform, which you are developing and which is now in advanced stage of implementation. Apart from that, you are also an investor in a couple of PropTech companies. So can you give some light and tell us about what is the future of PropTech industry in India and the growth, key sectors, etc.
See, before I jump onto future and this thing, let me explain you in very simple language what is prop tech. So when I was transitioning from my corporate journey to entrepreneurial journey, so I was meeting someone in New York. We were sitting in a cafe. So, their prop tech market is very bold. Over a coffee, we were discussing, they had invested through Fifth Wall and they are big prop tech funds based out of that. So he pulled out a piece of paper with a pencil. He drew 4 boxes on a plain paper. Sunne wali baat hai. So he drew x-axis and y-axis, right? So below y-axis, there were 2 quadrants. X-axis, there were 2 quadrants. So he said, Naveen, these are 2 core sectors. One core sector is, financial sector. You can't segregate real estate and finance. They are, backbone of each other, right? So on the left hand, so x-axis ke niche, these are, hard core sectors. Above this x-axis, these 2 quadrants, they are, what you call softer aspects and startup companies. So the first lower left-hand segment is your financial institutions like Blackstone, HDFC, ICICI, SBI. How do they earn? They give loans and they earn interest. So this is classical example of the whole game. One quadrant is occupied by them. Now the second quadrant, which is, hardcore thing, it is real thing, core value, which is buildings. So there are developers or construction companies. So this is the heavy most part, core of real estate. One side is financial institutions. Second side is, real estate development, developers, construction. Now come upstairs. The way there were, these traditional financial institutions, there are VCs, right? Venture capital funds, angel funds, new age companies, right? So there are many of them, Fifth Wall, Generatory in US. India is, prop tech, per se, prop tech focused VCs are very less, right? Or negligible, I would say. General VCs are funding prop tech companies also. So this is the third quadrant is occupied by these VCs who push 4th quadrant companies. And who are these 4th quadrant companies who piggy bank on these 2 bottom quadrants? It can be OYO, it can be WeWork, it can be Airbnb, any new age startup company which with the usage of technology, they take advantage of these 2 bottom quadrants. So this is the whole parlance of prop tech in simple words. So I would say in India, prop tech is, we have not even scratched the surface, just very, very beginning. So in prop tech, we have seen startups in certain, so within prop tech, there are 12, 13, 14 different segments altogether. Listing, property search is one segment, then mortgage tech is another sector. Then there are InsurTech, then there are project management, facility management, then there are parking solutions these days, then there are shared economies. So these are further sub-segments of prop tech, right? So we have seen easiest one, matured so far in India. What is the easiest one? The property selling, listing, organizing the agents. So every prop tech industry gets started with these. As the industry matures, we will see the new segments coming up, which, we can discuss further. But future is super bright. We have, as I said, we have just starting the journey.
Thank you so much, Naveen. It seems there's a lot which can happen in prop tech, and it seems a very exciting future in India. Looking at the way you presented, I would think we should also introduce an elective on prop tech. Okay, so Very interestingly, Shalini, we did one project for Investment Property Forum UK. It was a funded research in which we were looking at impact of COVID on commercial real estate market in India, and we interviewed about 50 key stakeholders in property sector, top REITs, property developers, etc. One of the key findings which we got from the study, the key pillars of commercial office portfolios in India in future would be sustainability, ESG, technology, lot of use of technology within buildings, better buildings and campuses. When we say better building and campuses, it was about quality of air, well-being, wellness certification, etc. Everything coming, flexibility and partnership. Again, when we talk about partnership, it was putting everything end user of the building at the center of all partnerships. So you being architect and you being working with a lot of multinational firms and providing architectural and construction solution to international clients, I would just want to understand from you how post-COVID healthy indoor environments and wellness have become a priority and how technology is helping achieve that objective.
I think like to answer this question, I should talk about the newest service that we have started offering to our clients. And that's meant more for like European or American clients than for, let's say, the clients in the GCC countries. And the reason being like in the Gulf countries, we need to adopt like more passive strategies than like green strategies because of the climatic conditions. And while like chalking out the overall services that we can offer to, let's say, American or like European countries, we found that we can help them right from the pre-concept or the pre-design phase, when we can help them create design options. We can use things like generative design using the newest and the greatest tools like Rhino. We are using Dynamo, Grasshopper. That's like more like analytic or software that are based on the logic, right? We are like doing exact something like coding. We are feeding the data to come up with design options, and it's like we are getting something at the click of a button. That's how like faster designing has become. And while doing so, we are trying to integrate all the data that is required to create a sustainable or a green building right from the pre-design phase. And as like we discussed, right, we need to keep the end user at the center of the stage while doing while taking the very first step. And we also need to be aware about like how or from where we'll source the material. All the materials should be locally sourced. We really need to like get into that detail, that how long it will take to carry the material from the place where they are available to the construction site and things like that. And once the design options are ready, we get into the design development phase, where we are coordinating all the engineering disciplines with the architectural and the structural components. During that phase, we are doing the exact calculations, and we are making use of tools like there are various tools. For example, there's one from, most of the tools are from the companies who make let's say air conditioning equipment. For example, we have one from Carrier, we have one from Train, and these are giving us tools that can very accurately measure the load calculations for the services. And that's how like we are taking the minutest or the smallest of the decisions based on the data that we are getting or we're extracting from the Revit model or BIM models and these like tools. And once that information is ready, we are like further enlightening or making the clients aware. Here clients mean designers aware about what would be the air quality, let's say, or what about the lighting quality of the building once it's constructed. And in order to do so, we are like taking care of all the climatic conditions and how the building is designed, whether we need to like have fenestrations or some sort of like louvers just to like protect side of the building from the direct sun. And in we are having like very detailed and accurate calculations in terms of like graphics, in terms of tables, and we are making use of coding softwares or things like who can analyze the data. We can like maybe run some commands, and we have something that is tangible that we can use, we can refer to, and we can apply to the design or to the construction process. And people are becoming like more and more aware, and they are aware about the indoor air quality, and we are using different measures, different tools to get these calculations in place before the building is rolled out, or like documents are ready for the construction activity.
Yeah, thank you so much, Shalini. I think I have one question for all entire panel. And I just want answer in 1, 2, or 3 words, A, B, and C kind of thing. So what do you think, what are the benefits of adopting technology for Shalini and for Varun? It's construction, and for Naveen and Shashank, it is real estate, prop tech. So what are the key benefits, long-term, short-term, however you want to place them, for adopting technology? A, B, and C kind.
So we have to give 3 ABC priority. Okay. Okay. So I think, in a simpler manner. Yeah. So to prevent cost overrun. Secondly, project completion timely. And third, visibility for the senior management and the collaboration between different teams in a seamless manner.
And I believe we are striving towards having like sort of robotic processes, robotic ways of working, where like each one of us will be following the same set processes, step 1, step 2, step 3. And this will help us like achieving, let's say, lean construction in the field of construction industry. That means minimal wastage, right, in terms of energy or materials, or like, let's say, manual labor that is required. And secondly, of course, cost is like foremost. We are striving towards like having something that can be like created with minimal cost. And thirdly, I would say we need to align everything to, I think, to the hero, right? The people, right? What exactly they need, making them aware, making them enlightened, and serving them what they exactly require. Yeah.
Okay, I'll come back because I have a question for all the students.
Okay, sure. I think it was not justified to ask in A, B, and C.
See, in prop tech, which is, in today India's context, more related with the sales driven things. So my simple answer to that is trust, transparency, and efficiency.
Thank you so much.
So for me, sir, A is going to be freedom and flexibility. It gives you an opportunity. You can be flexible and freedom whenever you want to work. Use of tech, it can give you, full flexibility to work from anywhere. Second is definitely transparency. There's a huge scope in India, especially in real estate and construction. If I talk about, we have a very lack of data available. The more the right data, the more data we will fetch into from the government organization, and going to get the better result. I think that is going to be from my side. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So you have any questions? And
so I think rather than the panel, I would like to ask all the students here a construction technology question. So India's largest contractor was facing a challenge. What was the challenge? The trucks which were filling the material were going half filled. Okay. So they had a challenge that the number of trips which were coming up on their payment system was far more than the amount of material being shifted. This is a real problem, a recent problem. And I'm asking, how can technology help in solving this question? Maybe 2 or 3 different, I have the answer, but I want you to try. incentive, I can get them the job there. Yes, yes. Any thought? How do you find out if a truck is half full or full?
Good afternoon, guys. My name is Afra, and during my bachelor's, I did a similar case study. So for that, we used IoT sensors to know the weight of the truck. So a standardized weight will be noted down of a full truck. So we can install sensors in all these trucks to know whether they are full or half.
Right. It is heading in the right direction. So what they did was using air pressure of the tires. They installed sensors to measure the air pressure of the tires. And using that, they could figure out if the truck in the night is going half empty and charging a full charge. And of course, the subcontractor was trying to make the number of trips. So the solution was very simple, air pressure measurement at the weighbridge. Okay. But anyway, this was just a trivial, but crores were saved just by that. Simple solution, but crores can be saved in large projects.
The battery is discharged, so I'll hold my last question and I'll request Dr. Bajaj if he has any questions for panel or anybody.
Look, I think they are all experts in different areas. But as ma'am, you said, the technology solution in most of our problems. So the problem was overpayment. The solution was an engineering simple solution. And there are brains in our country who have these solutions. You won't find the solution outside. You will find it in India because you know the problem in India, which exists, which is very different from problem elsewhere, right? So my thing is reach out to the right people. There are a lot of good brains around, some here as well. So apply your mind. There are a lot of opportunities for you using simple technologies for solving bigger problems, right? And we hopefully are covering enough of those so that you are geared up for those kind of solutions in the long run.
Can we have some questions from students? So we have a very esteemed panel who has a lot of experience across real estate and construction industry. Any student who have any questions for them? Can we pass the mic?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ashwini Goswami. So my question is with sir. I just can't find his name. But my question is like, we all are witnessing how AI has brought up the revolutionary change in various industries. So in aspect of BIM, okay, so can we find the integration of AI with BIM in aspect of fifth dimension of BIM, that is quantification and costing? My question is why? Because still already Revit has provided that parametric design platform, which has already made the work for the quantification more easy. So is it possible? And the second is it going to be feasible or not?
What's your name? Ashwini, okay. If I got your question right, I believe you want to understand how we can like use BIM or let's say Revit for extraction of quantities, right? And yeah.
My question is like we are using Revit or we are using BIM for the quantification. That is the fifth dimension. So can we integrate the artificial intelligence with BIM so that we can make the work easy for the quantification purpose? Still, the Revit has the platform for parametric design, which can give the whole quantification of the particular model, which is if it is a properly generated.
Sure. Yeah, in fact, did mention that after doing all, let's say, parametric design or modeling or doing all the activities that goes behind when actual construction gets started on site. Actually, we are doing everything virtually, right? Before the building actually start getting constructed on site. We are simulating each and every construction step using the virtual tools. For example, I recently heard of a tool called Disperse, and it's more applicable for the European market. And what it can do is it can take pictures from the site, and it can map those pictures with the digital model, just to see whether the things are coming up as per the original project plan, original construction schedule. And this means we can of course make use of all the information that is lying inside a BIM model or the drawings that were created using BIM, using AI. And we are using lots of tools, as I mentioned earlier, like Dynamo and Grasshopper, to do that sort of extraction, that sort of data visualization, I would say, or let's say predictive analysis, so that we can make right decision or wise decisions at the right time. It can be done, but as we also discussed that there is lack of or dearth of skilled resources who can handle that. For example, I'm running or I'm handling the innovation department in my office along with handling the operations department. And it's quite a challenge because there are so many things available, and we need to choose the right set of information, right set of tool to align it to what exactly our clients require. Because everything is driven by business requirement. Everything is driven by what the users need. So, and it's tricky, but it's very enjoyable, I would say. And we are working towards that. And maybe we can have another session of this maybe discussion, and we can talk more in detail. Yeah, thanks for the question.
Thank you.
Good evening, sir. My name is Nida, and I worked in a concessionaire company. So I was just at site, and we had different subcontractors under us. So my question is, I have noticed that they used to work, the subcontractors used to work with a very conventional methods. I have an example, like we had to demolish one minor bridge for constructing the new one. So our company asked them for using the chemicals, demolishing chemicals, but because they had lots of labors and because of the labor idling, they used that conventional method of chipping. It took 3-4 days, but they used that method. So how much time will take to change this in India for the local contractors?
On us, I would say, how much effort we can put, right, to adopt the technology. Actually, this was the whole discussion was a it is doable, of course, and it can be done, but it will require a lot of, I would say, change in mindset, and you really need to give in to adopt a new technology, and everything is driven by risk, rewards, and things that we get as a group. For example, if we'll change even a small thing, for example, how subs or how subcontractors behave or work, that will impact how the whole money chain works, right? That's why they are so scared to adopt new things. they don't they want to like wait endlessly till the time they really need to like adopt a new thing and apply it on their day-to-day working. And I think this is the biggest challenge. And once we can make the technology overtly simple, I would say very straightforward, very easy to use, like let's say online shopping tools or like something like Facebook, then it can happen very easily. And I think all the bright minds like who have who are here can contribute to this thing. Yeah.
एग्जांपल से देना चाहूंगा सो एक बड़ा सिंपल सा एग्जांपल बताता हूं एंड दिस इज अ वेरी क्विक फैक्ट आल्सो फॉर एवरीवन यू मस्ट हैव हर्ड द गेम बास्केटबॉल राइट सो बास्केटबॉल इज इन्वेंटेड बाय जेम्स निस्मिथ इन 1891 तो उसने क्या किया उन्होंने दे स्टार्टेड पुटिंग अ बास्केट ऑन अ पोल राइट एंड देन दे स्टार्टेड द गेम and it took 18 years right so the game keep on people started playing and getting spread all over the country United States 18 साल लगे किसी एक बंदे को जाके बोलने के लिए कि बास्केट को नीचे से काट दो लिटरली सो दिस इज ऑल अबाउट द माइंडसेट आई एम टेलिंग यू सो देयर इज ऑलवेज अ प्रॉब्लम जब भी बास्केट में बॉल जाती थी सो जेनिटर हैज टू कम दे हैज टू पुट द दैट सीडी लगा के ऊपर जाके बॉल निकाल के एंड देन गेम कंटिन्यूज सो कैन यू इमेजिन इट्स अ वेरी सिंपल प्रॉब्लम एंड इट्स अ वेरी सिंपल सॉल्यूशन बट it's always good to think from a different perspective for any problem any solution like you mentioned the solution right so it's always to put it together in a way that you can actually try to solve it with the resources what we have right if you have the chemicals if you can justify the cost also that chemicals to demolish and solve that problem I think you should put forward your thinking without even hesitating it's all start from you. And this is what about entrepreneurship, what we are discussing today. So don't hesitate. Always think about your perspective because maybe someone has created something traditionally, conventionally, but this is not going to work anymore. You need to use your skills, use your tech and upgrade. I think this is a summary for any problem. Absolutely.
Yeah, so time is up as told by HOI. So I will now thank all my co-panel members and I will request him if he has any final words.
So I think technology has drained us. Our EVs are low. Everyone needs a recharge. So very warm thank you to all of you for giving your time, coming on campus, giving this experience, sharing your experiences with our students. This is really appreciated. And I think these small gestures of coming to the campus help our students to be motivated, ask the questions, understand, and perhaps generate new ideas for your capstone, for your subjects, and for your journey ahead. So thank you, Ashish, for moderating.
It's been an incredibly insightful discussion. Thank you all the panelists, the moderator and the session chair. I'd like to express my gratitude to us, all of the people present in the panel, the aforementioned people and the engaging audience to stay here for, I know it's towards the end of the day and it was a little difficult for everyone to stay, but we all stayed there and thank you for the discussion that happened. Now, I'd like to invite Dr. Deepak Bajaj sir to felicitate our panelists, the token of appreciation for their presence today. So can we have the felicitations on stage? First, we have Ms. Shalini Kaushal. Next, we have Mr. Naveen Garg. Mr. Shashank Vashist. Mr. Varun Jain. I'd also like to invite Dr. Deepak Bajaj to felicitate our moderator for the session, Dr. Ashish Gupta sir. And lastly, I'd like to invite Dr. Ashish Gupta sir to felicitate Dr. Deepak Bajaj, who has been the session chair, with a token of appreciation for his presence today. To provide us with some closing remarks and a vote of thanks, I'd like to invite Dr. Saurabh Verma from RICS SB. Can we have Shiv sir on stage for the vote of thanks?
Yeah, thank you, Faika, and thank you to everyone. The session, the way it was going, I don't know about students. I wanted to listen more, and that only will end with the request to the panelists that they should be available here more often, because we haven't heard enough about the 52 countries that Varun has worked, and what all he has done there, and what Naveen has done at the Harvard, or what Shashank is doing after post-COVID, and where he is investing. So thank you, all of you, for the wonderful session and enlightening the students with what is really going on. And probably this journey will be taken forward by many of them by either working with you or getting a mentoring from you. And maybe you just don't know, some of them will collaborate and start this journey all by themselves and add to the entire world of a PropTech and Quantech. Thank you to Dr. Bajaj for facilitating this great and wonderful event, and thank you to Yosemite University and Honorable Vice Chancellor, who keeps encouraging all of us for these kind of engaging session. Thank you very much once again.
We hope you all leave here with valuable insights into the innovations in PropTech and Quantech for business growth in the industry 5.0. Please stay connected with us for future events. Have a great evening.